guys, we are back again, Charlie. In today's video, we are going to be speaking with the founder of a Ghanaian-owned online supermarket called Consume. Meet Cecilia.
Hello, good afternoon, Cecilia.
Hi Stella. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you too?
I'm very well, thank you.
Okay, so I'm currently here at Consume. Why Consume?
Consume is a play on words, so it's basically consume.
Okay.
But we didn't want to use the consume with the C-O-N-S-U-M-E. So we thought, okay, why not change it and make it con, K, and the zoom sort of depicts how fast and swift we deliver your groceries to you. So that's why it's Consume.
Okay, so tell me everything about Consume.
So, Consume is an online supermarket. Okay. And basically what we do is we deliver all your groceries within 60 minutes, within 1 hour. Okay. So when you go on a web app and you order your groceries, within 1 hour you should have it. It doesn't matter where you are in Accra, it's tried and tested, we'll bring the groceries to you. We started it because we realized that there are grocery delivery services in Ghana, but they are normally like platforms. And we had seen this sort of model in Germany, so that's where we are based, or that's where we were based. And there were all these rapid grocery delivery services that sprang up during the whole COVID lockdown period. So you order within 10-15 minutes, your groceries come to you.
Oh, wow.
And we're like, wow, it's like
yeah,
within
15 minutes.
15 minutes, like you want to cook, you go online, and then you order, and then within like 10-15 minutes, they're ringing your doorbell. And then my husband and I were like, wouldn't this idea, like this sort of model be amazing in Ghana? Because there's so much traffic, one, there's so many busy moms, busy dads, busy individuals in Ghana, they're entrepreneurs, they're time-conscious people. If we actually brought this model down, we could try it, and if it works, that would be amazing. So that's where the idea started from, and then we just took our savings, came to Ghana, and then we started Consume about, we came down in October.
That's 2021?
2021.
Okay.
It took us about 2 months to plan the whole setup, and then we launched on the 10th of December. But prior to coming, we had already secured the location for Consume through my brother-in-law, so he did all the legwork. We basically just came and we set up.
Yeah. Okay. So what has your experience been? Okay, you mentioned we. When you say we, you and your husband.
Yes.
Okay, so what has your experience been starting a business in Ghana?
So the experience has been, it's been a mixed one. Like there are good days, there are bad days. Before we came, we had very high expectations. Like, oh yes, we're going to start a business in Ghana. We're going to create jobs. We're going to network with people in the same industry as us. We came down and reality set in. Like starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. So basically, when you come, you need to sort out all your business registrations, you need to sort out your business operating permits, all the documents that you need for a business, your fire certificates, all of that. And then, when you're setting up a business like ours, which is a supermarket, an online supermarket, you need shelves, you need suppliers. So dealing with the artisans, we had to try 2 different artisans. It didn't go well. They weren't delivering according to the timeline that we were working with. So we had to use a third person, a third artisan, a third carpenter, and that's the one that worked. And then on top of that, you have to deal with suppliers. So you need to constantly be like checking, researching, making sure that you have the things you need, the things you don't have. You need to find like who can supply you with those stuff as well. So it's been very mixed. Also, if you're starting like a totally new concept, so online shopping in Ghana is not something that a lot of people do. Most people prefer to go to the market, they prefer to go to the supermarket themselves.
Yeah, that's what we are, like most Ghanaians are used to.
Exactly.
Especially like Saturdays are like market days.
Exactly.
For us.
And so for a new concept, it's taken a lot of time, but it's been amazing. The customers we have who have tried our model, they come back over and over and over again. Today, one lady who orders from us, this is like her 4th order in the last 2 months. She's been amazing. She's our favorite customer. There are people who come back every 2 weeks. There's some who come back once, and they call us and they're like, wow, the experience was amazing. I didn't think it would be this easy to order on your website. Yeah. So I think it's going to take time, but Ghanaians are already getting there. There's like different apps that people use to order their food from restaurants, and then there are different like platforms online online on Instagram where people used to order their clothes and stuff like that. So I think people will get used to consume, because wouldn't you want to sit in your home and then you just order your groceries, you're doing your cleaning, your chores, you're going to your party, your barbecue, within 1 hour your groceries comes to you, and it's owned by Ghanaians, so it's not a foreign company owned by some people from somewhere who have huge sums of money, millions of dollars. It's actually Ghanaians who have come back and want to make an impact, want to employ people, create jobs in that process. So it's been great starting Consume. Like that's my goal.
Okay. You mentioned earlier you moved from where did you say you moved from?
Yes, so we moved from Germany to Ghana. Yes.
So why Ghana?
Yes. Yeah. So Ghana is home. When we thought of Consume, we're like, oh, should we maybe start in Nigeria? Because Nigeria, from what we hear, they are more adaptable and they're more willing to try new things, new models. And also because my husband has a bit of experience living in Nigeria, we're like, okay, maybe we should start in Nigeria. But then we thought about it. Ghana is home. This is where our roots are. This is where our families are. Our extended families in Ghana. Why not come here and do this? If it works, that's amazing. So yeah, that's why we decided to come to Ghana. And we didn't want to do Consume or start Consume in Germany. We actually thought of it as well, because there were so many businesses that started this model first
in Germany.
Okay. So there's Gorillas, there's Flink, there's Getir, there's in the US they have Postmates, DoorDash. There's so many others. So these people have huge investments, and it's their country. They're doing it in their country. Why can't we come here and with the little money we have also start something and grow it and make it big? Because it's ours. We can claim Consume. Any Ghanaian will go anywhere and say, oh, Consume is owned by Ghanaians. It's ours. Yeah. It's not owned by foreigners.
So Tia, tell us a little bit about your background before moving to Ghana.
Yes. So I was born in Ghana. I grew up in Ghana. I always say I'm a Kokomlemle girl. I don't know if you know Kokomlemle.
I mean, we have some viewers from Kokomlemle. If you are from Kokomlemle, please let us know in the comment section. Representing Kokomlemle.
Represented. Yeah. So I grew up in Kokomlemle till I was 14. And then my dad had lived in Germany since I was 2. And he would occasionally, once a year, come down. And when I was 14, he came and then took us to Germany. And then I went to high school there. After high school, I went to university in the UK. And then after my bachelor's, I studied social sciences in the UK at the University of Kent, representing. And then after my bachelor's, I went back to Germany and did international human rights law and humanitarian law at the Frankfurt Oder University in Vienna. So I did my master's, and then after I was like, I'm one of those people I've always wanted to live in Ghana. Okay. So even when my dad came and wanted to take us, I was so disappointed because my dream school was Wesley Girls High School. So when I was studying so hard, I was like, I'm going to get Wesley Girls, everything's going to work out. And then my dad was like, oh, you're going to Germany. I was like, I was so devastated. I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay in Ghana, go to Wesley Girls Senior High School, go to University of Ghana. I had everything planned out for myself. But then your parents decide when you're 14 what you should do. So we went to Germany, and I always said to myself, after university, I'll move back to Ghana and work. So right after my master's, I secured a job here in Ghana with a company, an international company. They do consultancy for international organizations, and they do advisory services as well. So I came to Ghana as a program associate. We did a few research, monitoring and evaluation work. Went to Liberia at some point to help with the projects there as well. And then after a year and a half, I was like, okay, Ghana is one of those countries where after a while you're like, I need a break. So after a year and a half, I was like, okay, let me just go back. And also, Ghana it tends to be quite expensive. You know, if you're used to a certain type of lifestyle, you come in oh yes, I'm going to this restaurant. The food is amazing, so you keep I'm going to this beach today, I'm going to that resort tomorrow. Yeah. Before you know it, you're broke. So after I used up all my savings, I was like, no, I'm going back. Maybe the best option for me is to go back, work, save up a bit of money, and come back. So that was the time I met my husband as well. We got married, moved to Germany, and then we saved up. I worked with a tech company called Ecosia, a search engine, but they plant trees with the revenue and the profits they make. So they plant trees around the world. So I went and I worked with Ecosia for a year and a half, and then after we decided to come down. Yeah.
Would you say you made a good choice starting a business in Ghana?
I'd say so. I'd say yes. So starting a business in Ghana is no child's play. It's not very like rosy as some people think. You need to be very resilient. You need to tune your mind to working in Ghana.
So how is Consume different from other businesses, similar businesses in Ghana?
Yes. So the other businesses that you're mentioning or you're talking of, they are platforms. So they provide the platform for third parties to put their businesses on there. So if it's a restaurant app, then the different restaurants put their restaurants and their menus on the platform. So it's basically just a platform they provide for you. They provide the whole technical support, and then you as a business put your things on there, and then they charge you a commission. That's how it works. With Consume, the difference is that we actually control the whole chain of the business. So we have our own platform, we have our own website, and everything you find on our shop, we actually own it, and we actually source these products ourselves. Also, we have a dashboard here in the store where when an order comes in, it comes straight to the dashboard, and then we quickly put together everything that you order, and then we deliver it to you. Another part of, one of the most important parts of our business is the Rider app. My husband is a software engineer, so he was able to build the Rider app. So the riders get the notification once an order comes through, and then they come here to the facility center, pick up the order and deliver it. So we control everything.
Do you also outsource the riders, or they are your riders?
No, so these riders are actually our riders. So we have them here, we employ them, and then they work for us. So we don't outsource the delivery aspect of it, because once we say we want to deliver within 60 minutes. If we outsource it, we won't be able to control that aspect of the business, and it's going to go against us and what we stand for. So we actually employ the riders, and then they are here in this building with us. When an order comes in, they pick it up, then they deliver. So yeah, Consume is different in that aspect, because we control the whole chain, and it's our business. Anything you find on our website, we have it in-house. So we just pack it here for you. You're not going to wait for us to go running around town to look for the products. We actually have them in-house, and then we deliver to you.
So you said a lot. So what do you have to say to anyone watching this video, and why should one purchase from Consume?
So I'll say, if you want to start a business in Ghana and you live in the diaspora, you should definitely come and start. But there are a few things you probably need to take into consideration. So you need to do your research very well about the industry you're coming to set up your business in. You need to also connect with people in the same industry, network as much as possible. And before you come, even sort of try to source where you're going to get a product, if you're going to be selling things like ours, and that sort of thing. And people should, most importantly, purchase from Consume, because one, it's Ghanaian owned.
Yeah,
so it's not
very important.
Very important. It's not foreign owned. There's not some investors who have come in with big money to set up a business. It's Ghanaian owned. Two, we believe in this brand so much, and we see what the bigger picture is for Consume. So for us, if you support us, you're supporting the employees that we hire as well. So you're helping us put food on their tables and food on their tables for their families as well. And also, because we have the most competitive price on the market, if you check out our website, our prices compared to other popular franchises or supermarket chains are like way cheaper, sometimes 10 to 15, 20% cheaper than other shops. And the most important thing for us as a business is sustainability. So we don't use plastic to package our orders like some supermarkets do. We use eco-friendly, reusable bags. So if you're supporting Consume, know that your package or your order is not going to come in a plastic bag. You go to supermarkets in Ghana, sometimes for 4 items, they give you 4 different plastic bags. We don't do that. So we use reusable bags here in the shop. And yeah, we're amazing, and the future is bright for Consume, so you should check us out.
So if you're watching this video, you heard from Cecilia and from Consume, and this is a good reason why you should purchase from them. I'm going to purchase my next product from Consume. Yeah. So what I mean, if you're not on Instagram, you should follow me on Instagram. I'll share my experience when I do on Instagram. So, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us and your business. And guys, please, after you have purchased from Consume, let me know in the comment section. I have a toffee for you. Yeah. So is there anything you want to say to anyone watching this video? Any last words?
Yes. So you can find us on Google, Consume or Consume Shop, and then in your search engine or your browser as well, it's just consume.shop. And yeah, on our socials you can follow us at Consume Shop. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much for watching this video. I hope you enjoyed the interview with Cecilia. Cecilia's a full name.
Cecilia Nana Monwa Crane, but now I'm married, so I feel too.
Okay, so you heard from her. Thank you so much for watching this video. Until next time, on my next video on my channel, we blow kisses. So, we are back again, Charlie. You all know I'm mostly out of Accra, exploring new places and fun activities to do in Ghana. But in today's video, we are right here in the heart of Accra, a place located in cantonment called the Mahogany Lodge. Let's go right into the video. It comes with a TV. That's the bedroom there. Let's see how the room looks like. I've already settled in. This is going to be my bed. Hi guys! The bathroom looks like. So the bathroom has two exits, one from the bedroom and one that has a view of the balcony. So the kitchen comes with a fridge and a blender. So the good part is you get to have a feel of both an apartment feel and then a hotel feel, because you get to have breakfast too. So right in front of my room, which is 113, is also another room. It's currently vacant. And this is how it looks.
So guys, I think the place is really, really beautiful and very serene. The place is very, very quiet so far. So let's speak to someone who works here. At least we get to understand the story and everything. Let's go. Oh, hello.
Hello.
Oh, you're the lady I met at the reception.
Yes, please.
Oh, good to see you.
Good to see
So
you
I
too.
have been here for some time, just like few hours, and I want to know what's special about this place.
Well, the most special thing about Mahogany is the African touch.
Okay.
Yes. When you look around, most of our things are done with mahogany woods, and the serene and quiet environment gives it that special touch. Because most people come here not because they just want to hide away from the noise and then the stress from work. Just come here, hide, and then some too come here just away from their kids to have a quiet time.
And one of the things that I also like is the fact that it's in Accra.
Yes.
So it was very easy to get here. Most of the time you see places like this outside Accra.
Yes, please.
You barely see like places with a wooden touch and all that in Accra. Oh, nice. So how many rooms do you have here?
We have in all 29 rooms.
29.
Actually, this is the main building, and we
Okay.
have the annex, which is just opposite the main building. So there are 14 rooms in the main building, and there are 15 rooms in the annex building.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
And we have a mango room, restaurant, and then mango bar. Just as the name goes, it's also our local something, mango fruit.
Mango fruit, yeah.
Our restaurant and bar is named after the mango fruit.
Was a mango plant planted around or something?
No, really, to be precise. And then our conference rooms too are named Dromo and then Behe Conference Room.
Okay.
So basically, it's just the African feel of the place. Yes, that makes it special from others.
Okay. So what would you like to tell anyone watching this video?
Well, what I want to say to anyone watching this video at this point in time is you shouldn't miss the opportunity to experience the feeling at Mahogany Lodge. It's unique and exquisite. We look forward to welcoming you.
Thank you. I'm here with Henrietta, and we hope to enjoy our stay here.
You're welcome.
Thank you so
You're
much,
welcome.
darling. Let me leave you so that your boss will not
Thank
come
you
and
very
get you. So guys, wow. So you heard from her. Let's enjoy the place with you. Whenever I travel, I can't say I'm not coming along with you. You are coming with me on this. So let's go and enjoy. So the annex also has a conference room. So we are going for dinner. Our dinner is ready. Hi, Hetty. And so this is how I'm dressed. Hetty, show them how I look.
Let me show y'all. Damn.
So I'm having chicken rice soup with white steamed rice. What are you having?
So I'm having potatoes with beef stew with some vegetables.
Looks good.
Really good. I can't wait to start it.
So we are having dinner and a beautiful view.
Good morning.
Hi, darling.
Hey, good morning.
So it's time for breakfast, and I'm having regular English breakfast, which is on the house.
Yeah.
So it's complimentary breakfast. It's bread and breakfast. You are invited. Hi, Hetty.
Hey.
Let's see how you look. Are you ready to swim?
I'm so ready.
Thank God for the sun today, because we've been waiting for the sun
Forever.
I can't wait to dip my skin into this pool.
I know.
The pool is calling. The pool is. So
Yeah.
it's time to dip my skin into the pool, and this is how I look. Let me know in the comment section if I look sexy. Hi, Henrietta.
Hi, Stella.
So the pool is so warm and it's so clean. Whew. Congratulations. Congratulations on your first attempt. This is so fun. All by ourselves. Oh my god, this is so cool.
Guys, join us.
Let's do this.
Cheers, Marissa.
Cheers, Stella. It comes with a TV, a dining table and chair, the bedroom, and let's see the balcony. Ooh. So this place is the perfect place to read, to soak some energy, you know, take some cool pictures, which I'm going to definitely take. So if you're not following me on Instagram, kindly do so on Stella Chanelli. And this is the view from the balcony. Thank you so much. My banku and tilapia is here. This is my favorite part. So you're all invited to satisfy this food in Jesus' name. Amen. Let's try their banku and tilapia for the first time. The tilapia is fresh. Just look at this. Look at how white it looks. And it tastes so good. How's the jollof?
Nice. It feels different. I don't know how to describe it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This tilapia, I think, is the best I've had in Accra. It's really, really good. You can try my tilapia. Try it and let me know what you think. You can add some sauce, pepper sauce. It's nice, right?
Very nice.
So guys, whenever you come here, I think if you're a tilapia person or a banku person, you can have tilapia with maybe rice or anything. Opt for tilapia because I think it's really worth it here. So guys, this brings us to the end of this video. I know, right? I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed documenting our entire experience. So guys, we are here to talk about this place and our honest review of our stay here. So this place is beautiful. You barely see places like this in Accra, especially because of nature, because of the furniture used, and just as the name is called Mahogany. So almost everything here, like this wood, is made from mahogany. The main gate is made from mahogany, and I think that gives it an African touch right here in the city, you know. I think the place is beautiful.
It is.
What do you think?
And for me, like, if you know me, the greens, like the greenery, how they have taken their time to design it, and it's just beautiful.
It's beautiful,
see.
yeah.
And it's very serene.
Very, very quiet.
This part of town is like super quiet. So that's serene. This thing, you have that peace of mind to rest.
And the food. Let's talk about the food.
Man, they have it's a 10 over 10. Okay.
Yesterday I came, I ordered rice and soup, and the soup was
so good.
It was so good, and surprisingly, it came right on time.
It was so.
Breakfast was on time, lunch was on time, dinner was on time. Like food, I give them.
Yeah, and it's delicious. It just didn't come on time. It was actually really delicious.
It was really, really good.
Yeah.
And the pool is clean. The pool. I think I wish the pool was a little bigger.
Yes, I wish so too.
Which is my horses.
Yeah, but it still served its purpose. So,
it's beautiful.
Cool.
And there's also an annex, so when you don't want to be in the main yard, there's also an annex that has the conference room, and it's right behind here. So yeah, I enjoyed my stay. Did you?
I did. I really did. Like, you guys can tell from the video, really. Like, we had a good time. I would definitely be happy to come back here again.
Exactly. This place is highly recommended. I give it. How should I read my eyes? So I hope you enjoyed watching this video. Until next time, do also subscribe to Henrietta's channel.
Yes, go check me out, guys. I make travel videos that you will enjoy for sure.
Peace out. You have to blow them a kiss. Hello guys, we are back again, Charlie. I hope you are doing amazing. I'm here today at this place with Anna. So nice to finally be on the channel. Okay, so if you don't know Anna has a couple channel with her husband, in fact a family channel called the Echampon Family, and today is the first time meeting her in person. And I'm a governor back again with another video. So we are currently at a place called Captain Yaw, and which is located right here in Osu, and we're about to have chips and fish. So let's have a short tour. Let's see how the place looks like, and yeah, today's going to be a good day. We're going to have a good time as always. So this is how it looks like. Ama.
Hi, baby.
So we are going to be having a conversation today. We are going to be talking about everything about Ghana, their experiences so far in Ghana. They are both YouTubers, so you should do well to check out their YouTube channel. So guys, yeah, it's a good day. I feel pretty, and yeah, let me know in the comment section if you like my hair. It's my first time doing something like this.
It's so pretty on you, baby. So pretty. She already got a compliment from the lady who owns this place.
Yeah. So yeah, and the lady who owns the place is also around, so we'll be speaking to her, and yeah, it's going to be a fun vlog. So guys, I have here with me.
Hello, I'm Anna Champong. So nice to finally be on the channel.
Yeah, so Anna has lived here in Ghana with her family, and she has lived in Holland.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask her a few questions to share her experience with both living in Ghana and in Holland. So how long did you stay here in Ghana?
2 years.
2 years.
Yes.
And what are the perceptions you hear before you came to Ghana? And why did you come to Ghana? Let's start
Okay,
like
sure.
that. Yeah.
So me and my husband are both half Ghanaian, half Dutch.
Okay.
And we came to Ghana because our kids were asking questions about Africa. And why do we have a brown grandpa? And why is grandpa always acting some type of way? And they were just asking a lot of questions.
Okay.
So we said, I think we have to take them to the source, because we also were not raised by our fathers, more by our mothers. So we didn't really get the culture, the language, and all of that. We got the food though, that one, yeah, we got it. So we said, you know what? After we finished building our house in the Netherlands, we just needed a break. So we took a sabbatical for 8 months and said we'll just move to Ghana and learn as a whole family. And then we were supposed to have our traditional wedding and then move back to Netherlands again. That was the plan.
Okay.
But then COVID hit and messed that whole plan up.
Why did you say wedding? So
Yes.
you're legally married but not
Yes.
traditionally married?
Yes.
Oh, right. Okay.
So we decided to stay in Ghana because we were getting calls from all friends and family saying that, oh, it's very bad in Holland, the COVID situation, there's lockdown and there's all of this, while we were chilling basically, like life was moving forward here. Yes, we had lockdown, but it was way less stressful and people were still open, and of course we were scared, but we felt like we were at home and we felt that we should stay. So then we said, we tried to stay, but Accra is a very, very expensive city to be in as a family.
Okay.
So we tried and we tried and we tried until we noticed that no, we can't do this anymore. It's just too expensive. And my husband is a person that does not like to spend money without knowing that he's investing.
Okay.
So for him, renting is just wasting money, and he said we can't do it anymore, so we had to come back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why are you back now?
I'm back to sort our stuff, because initially we thought that we would be staying in Holland for some time and then coming back, but unfortunately we are still waiting on some things to round up before my husband could start the job.
Okay.
So since the job has not started yet, he sent me to come here and sort our stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what were the perceptions back then before coming?
Yes. So I think the perception that the media pictures on Africa is bad. It is poor. People don't have access to water. People don't have access to healthcare. And I think because of the culture that African people do not like to show what they have or what they own or how they live, this is a perception that is still in 2020, 2019, 21, still being shown.
Okay.
So a lot of my colleagues and friends were saying, but won't Sophia Micah die from malaria? What happens if you get tetanus? Maybe you get a snake bite and you die. What do you use for transportation?
Okay.
Do they have Coke there? Like the most crazy questions. And I was just like, no, I can't believe this. And I said, you know what, just go and watch my videos. So that was like the initial idea of starting YouTube, just to show people that we are actually living here. There's supermarkets, there's better cars, there's so many things. So that's why we decided to do YouTube, and it led us to where we are today.
So for the 2 years period you lived in Ghana, since my channel is more of a travel channel, have you explored Ghana? Like, would you say you have visited places?
I think we have, yeah. We've
So
seen a lot
you
of places.
tell people watching this video.
We've been to Kumasi,
Okay.
we've been to Volta region, and then we've been to, how do you call that?
I think the Western region, I saw it on your channel too.
the Western region.
Buswa Western region.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. And then we've been to Cape Coast. I think
Central region.
yeah, almost everywhere, yes. But
Okay.
no, not everywhere, but we've been to a lot of places, yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
And I've noticed that Ghana is so beautiful. So please don't only come to Accra. Accra is not Ghana.
I always say this to them that like Ghana is not always Accra.
Yeah.
It's like the most beautiful place are outside, like 2 hours drive, 3 hours drive from Accra. So where by far would you say you visited and you felt you felt very good? Like, where would you say is beautiful food to you? I mean, with the regions that you have visited.
I think Western region.
Western region
was the most beautiful, yeah.
Western region is my second favorite.
Okay. What's your first favorite?
Volta region.
Yes, because you're from there. As for the food, I would choose Volta region. I like the fitri deshi and agle. I don't like banko, I like agle. And then I like there's something that they steam.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So yeah, we are currently here at Captain Yaw, so they are serving us with some good meal.
Yeah, we are enjoying.
Okay, so
yes, I said there was something that they steam. There's like a whitish thing that they steam.
Abolo.
Yes. Oh my god. Like anytime I go there, I just have to buy in bulk and freeze it. It's so nice.
Yeah. They have the white, the sweet one, the one they add sugar, and they have the type that do not have sugar.
Okay, I think I like the sugar one.
The sugary one. Okay. So how has it been? I mean, in terms of the kids living in Ghana. What would you say were some of the challenges? Because they have lived all their life in Holland.
Yeah.
Coming here, it would require a little bit of encouragement.
Yeah.
I mean, how did they do with the transition?
I think the transition was very easy for them, especially for Micah. Like when he came, he was only 3 years old. So for him, it was like the new norm. And he loved going to travel outside of Accra because then he gets to play out on the street and run around and climb trees and play on the beach. But in Accra itself, it's not that nice of a city for kids. Like all the amenities are quite far away, and because of traffic, you don't always have time to take your kids to the spaces. So what I feel is that Accra really lacks parks, open spaces, playgrounds for everybody to come. At a certain point, I felt like my kids were only around rich children, and I didn't like that. Like my daughter was asking kids when they first met, "Oh, how big is your pool? Can I swim in your pool?" Well, I brought them to Ghana not to have a perception that everybody has a pool, but at a certain point, we just only mingled with people who had pools, I guess. So that was not something that made me happy. See, the thing with Accra is that sometimes it's very difficult to mingle with people from, I won't say lower, but a different class. I love my kids to play with anybody, but the problem is that there's quite of an expectation. At a certain point, when we were out with friends or family, they always wanted us to pay, and that is something we didn't really feel comfortable with. So I guess that made us be with people who are like economically of the same level. And I didn't like to only be with that type of people. I like to mingle with any and everybody around me. See, the thing in the Netherlands is that playgrounds are open to access to anybody. It's free, you don't have to pay. So they play with kids from any economical background. And in Ghana, I think that is not in Ghana, in Accra, I think that's difficult because at a certain point you just mingle with a type of crowd, and I want them to be open and free with anybody. So that was also a challenge.
Oh, okay. So now that you are back in Holland, how often will you be bringing them? Because I mean,
it's a very good question. I've noticed that the biggest struggle for me to be in Accra is not to have a house, and that one is difficult. It's very difficult.
Why would you say it's difficult? Because I mean, there are people who are renting and they are very okay.
Very true, but I think the amount of rent that they charge in areas where they have international schools is just not something that we are willing to do. No, that's not something. So I'm still going back and forth. Like I would love to buy land somewhere because Ghana is so big, but then I have schooling age kids. So am I just buying and building a house for a vacation home? I want it to be a home where we live, but then because I have kids, the school is like the main
focus.
Main focus, yeah, and that makes it very difficult in our
they are still growing.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience.
Oh, you're so welcome, Stella.
So guys, you do well to subscribe to her channel. Tell them about your channel. What do you do on your channel?
Oh, so we basically show our daily life, and I've started doing mini series. And yeah, we show our life, our day-to-day life, living in Ghana, going back and forth in Holland, trying to build and think about what we're doing, and a modern family, I guess.
Modern family. Yeah. Okay, guys. Thank you so much for watching this video. Let me know your thoughts on what she said, and do you also agree with her that Accra is not really built out for kids, especially in terms of playgrounds and all that? And if you also have you also want to recommend places for her to take her kids, you can kindly do so in the comment section, so that next time when she comes with her kids, the kids will be very, very okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
So, until next time on my next video, I love you all as always. Let's blow them kisses. So we're about to eat.
Hey.
The food just came. Look at how delicious. Amma, where are you? This is how it looks. The chips.
And it came quick, you guys. So if you're ever hungry, come here.
Fast food.
Fast food.
Hello, mommy.
Please do explain.
Hello.
Hi.
So traditionally in the UK we have malt vinegar, onion vinegar and salt. So apply it to your chips as you like, and then you have your mushy peas, your tartar sauce, your hot pepper sauce and ketchup.
Okay.
What's the difference? This ketchup?
Yes. So this one is the ketchup, then hot pepper sauce, which is the red and green pepper. And the tartar sauce is a fish sauce, which goes really well, made of mayo and seasoned up nice. And then the mushy peas. Okay. So you're having the traditional fish and chips.
Okay, so meet the owner of this place, Captain Yaw. Yeah. Hello, mommy.
Hello.
You're so pretty.
Oh, thank you. So are you. I've already complimented your hair, so you know.
Yeah. So, how has business been like being working in Ghana?
It's been really good. We've been like overwhelmed with the response that we've actually been getting. We've had my lovely local Ghanaians. I think that was one thing. Even though our food attracts the diaspora and people that have traveled, I wanted my local Ghanaians to come and enjoy fish and chips. So we have been enjoying, which is very good. So business has been really good, especially the time we opened, Christmas. It was the perfect time.
Oh, that's like just like a month ago.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just had their fish with Anna and Amma Governor. It was really good. It's different. I've never had this type of fish fried before, and it was really good. So I also want to know, why Ghana?
I love Ghana. I have, from the first moment I came here in 2009, I've been trying my best to get back to Ghana for good. Okay. So for me, I have the ancestral, the link, the family link. So my family are half Ghanaian, and the other half is Caribbean, but born and raised in the UK. Okay. So since 2009, I've been trying to get back here, and finally, in 2020, I made it here for good.
And she's here and she's making money in Ghana. Yes. Would you encourage anyone who wants to start a business in Ghana?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Definitely come back, invest in Africa, not even just Ghana. Like, we have a whole continent to go on with, and we need to come back home to Africa, especially if you're from Ghana. Come back, invest and build up the economy. 100%.
Okay, so do you serve other meals apart from the fish and chips?
Oh yes, we do. As of Monday, we'll start to we'll be listing our vegan section for my vegans, because I don't want you coming in here just ordering chips. That breaks my heart. So we have a vegan section loading for Monday. We also do grilled chicken. We do jerk, Jamaican jerk.
Okay.
Yeah, we do sweet barbecue on the grill, and we'll be implementing our wings, our dirty wings, may I add?
Dirty wings.
Yes. So come down and get your dirty wings. We do fried rice. We do creamy mash. We'll also be doing some burgers. Don't sleep on us, okay? Don't sleep on us.
So guys, whenever you're in Ghana, preferably in Osu, Accra, please come and visit her. Come show her some love. Come and buy fish and chips. Come and show her some love. And I enjoyed my meal. Thank you so much.
It's so much, sis. Subscribe.
Until next time on my video.
Ukwada ya etwemu obene mbosome da etoso nkron ene beto odwa say ya dia Supreme Court agi atum anampomo ruli say oya Deputy Speaker of Parliament na sa wotinamoma Speaker of Parliament a wo ho kwan say woto aba e wo mrahye bedwam ne no ena chese eye judges ahodo a omo no motena asemi so my joy online for etwema omudi e chese omudi aba beto dwa na ye hya ase na odi kan eye Justice Jones Doche ono na chese na odi yasem no oda no ena afi eye Justice Nene Amegache afi so Justice Professor Ashi Kote afi Justice Mariama Ousu Justice Loveless Johnson Justice Clemens Onyenuga ena afi Justice Emmanuel Kulendi na so manfo ebeka ya na nsente more bia anampo law lecturer bi a chese ye friend no say Justice Abdullahi ekokopie mu e Supreme Court ni ma na o twemu say omonti ase esanse Joseph say Wusu Wise and asa Joe Wise a chese wo mrahye bedwam a che oni won mo na first deputy Speaker of Parliament anyone ma ono netina mrahye bedwam na ekoba ne say ya fi November chese 2021 mu na chese koka bi ekoso e mrahye bedwam ni nya ne say na Joe Wise echwema wakwa Deputy Speaker of Parliament asai mrahye bedwani owo ho kwan say oto aba edema 2022 budget no ene e ba na nya asem keto kra eno na law lecturer ekokopie mu Supreme Court koto mo anim say opeso nya ntiase bi e fa won say okokotena mu say Speaker of Parliament a wo ho kwan such as oto aba na say bibia na no ena chese babeto odwa say ne some of the Supreme Court no Supreme Court for Adjetey mu say yampa so ya mrahye bedwani na south na mu e Speaker of Parliament a wotumeto aba e de ma bibia o mrahye bedwam. Former Deputy Information Minister aye friend no say James Ajeni Mboaten ena chesode nsemfo bi atodwa a obisa eye aposifo ebisa say sansem aye course no ade omonte ase na ni nyina ne say eye wukwada ya etwemu ena chese kwesiofori ona eye kasamafo e Ghana Police Service ade beto odwa say eye aposifo achese ye bomutu anampo moto na nanom wonse do no sa aposifo na chese nka omudi eye aposifo anim na chese eye akronfo renfo bi o mabo bata o baby nyatumi akwakodo nyina nanso na mro ko no ena chese etutoto eba so e masa nkofo mienu no eto na nanom ewonte do eno na Ajeni Mboaten echirema sa asem no no odwen wan ma he can think fa wadwen so entisi esan so echirema police institution ben na chese no so obetumi atena se ehun se no wo sa police form anyway mo ye suspect na masa kofa sa police form mienu ya chese so won konkodi mo anim ensan konkon hwe akronforenfo ochirema sa asem mo de onti ase enti ne ewo mo poten ya wo se nka Ghana for anampo chese nchemu bi ewo ma omobeka Ghana for ati ase no Ajeni Mboaten chirema Ghana Police Service eni manimi ya mo fa nchemu papa bi embra ono ochirema onka ase ne moye ne ye boni nanso no ono otena se yedwen a ondwe enti ase ntebe ya nchemu papa bi ewo ono bia no fa mbra Ghana for.
Sister near London, I am a brony, my son, so I'm a quaba for cry, bankomo hosu. Na what tree they wouldn't say mere work room had the year Diancasa. International Women's Day, oh, near Beshe, a mere work room, how what born whom mod. Just a real self and then now, but GhanaWeb Bush and website, and so I'm mere what born whom mod. Just a sectors nina, yes, celebrity one. Now you say yes, sisters, be FIA International Women's Day, who J gift. I wouldn't my catcher. Vows Day, a trim, would J gift. International Women's Day, would J gift. May I sure quite say Easter from budget gifts. I know, but ya baby and I ban come tregu entertainment industry. There is a trend in the baby brain, there's a 70 day baby tregu, but my baby na my bant, ye and checkra, ye and try him, none ye conina, yen besango. Now what trade and semi braco so now there I feel about being common and Casana midin chemonia, the Aronis made a manager. Now yes, I said, I'm my for Yvonne Nelson, I actress and chassis. Now him say Yvonne Nelson there. They say and sending Munini, I say, you need Jenny maybe a Kosoa Ghana has in any keke. na we do Twitter na just say na na Akufo-Addo say wunye na fofo do order beto dwatwe o chenga Ghana say they we are in a mess an also man na tetia prapansam esi den na say dey cedi just say wo say $1 most like 7 cedis so just say coins kakran so kan wo so onti ase nti you know call Twitter no cho so Ghana is in a mess no san so target na na dan Akufo-Addo no official Twitter page or target no say no be na na dan kwa sorry so no handle need social media pages there so sorry no checking notification na obenwu say when ya mess call be every evil Nelson ho na evil Nelson sin say me beto ja na che say na dollar equal dey say dollar ni dey to crack say Ghana dey yensidi ni dey akachi crack na mafuche mo Yvonne so how ya hu say that hu cha baby are global America for complaining uko we Europe so we complaining just say be Ghana ha say ne bre was it just say na say what take petrol bo ai wochema santo kwa ye ekoso wo ye Russia na Ukraine wochema ni nyina na contribute na asenya ma say bo aye de nti Yvonne enye ti say bia bang ne na ye ya na say obet trust a post wo Twitter na be hwa amafo so de man say eh wono no akwa ye say na nsin that wo criticize MPP wo dwen ho awon ti ase but amafo ade na ye onim say your opinion obetumi aba out no aba change sasa de na mo ye no bi be ka say na mo attack no social media mo be hwa na mo jai asema mba bebo so sesia so your berema na se oyiri biti won na se odofo biti won chen but modi no excuse because e dey asembeba ye wo ha na ehun say ye broadcast journalist and Bridget also posted some video be on Instagram page na esi enkohwe na dey na ekoso a who say also call a tantra community clinic no copy the fair bi so e ye berema bi an o chema ni o ye first time dad na yiri a wo say what ska ware na awo e ya bofra kama man ni say nti what mam ni push gifts push present here ye bi obeka say no so ye den e ma minchire o me merima ni bi wo ho no ma wo se wo ma won a ai wotumi sidan ma wotumi toka ma bu nzu sa no wa sign check te say ne mu ye obitumi sign blank check ma jaza nkasa troska o pesha ho te say wo mo bom me aba so say ne nine man so no say ndafem na yi na branti chire ma te say ne yi ama ne first child nti wa toka man enye behwe kan wa fa ma ne wo fie o okwakọ yi ni wo hospital no o twi kan ekosi wa bonte wo ne behwe nurse so visitors so patients are just we beja wa say wo dog kan mu nyina wo apie e ba behwe kan na kan emu say some blue ribbon be that so na me for chim say bia mami your boy and congratulations so and fine ekosi na ne neja Bridget posting na ye broadcast journalist na da for back on say wa me here be tro go for God when na mama say wa wo no God when na just wo chemu say na me comments ni bebra ma fo chema merima wo wi ase o na bi wo mpopo wo ma won kra wo se wo rinje be hwe okwabra ne ogije na yire so say wa to kama na nye say nye na say bia na ni hu bi da wo but ye wo obeche na yire ne so odo no na ma fo chema we dey look and learn nti merima mu wo kroma sa wo yire ekọ bomodin an okọ wo ma wa so onum say wuntumi nso ka bomodin an say ske bi kra na wo yi ama say ne wo hu say bro push ni na ne nyina ho abanfaso na wo asemi ayegusu Kenya na legendary musician and KK Kabobo and wuje so Indomie generation mu de munim no and then times no maka KK Kabobo din sem bia bebeto chema no see so no say obeye popular to say ninyo ma shita baby an so obobra mu amfo bi na ofa ha KK Kabobo fa KK Kabobo o chema no de o hwe ni colleagues na wo see so na kofu wu bebre esa ne say fame na wo nya ni scanty to say baby obekọ bia na wo but ono no de nyame nchade o see so no de wan wo bebro 16 pe and away I am man for 16 pe keke chema no de wan wo basabasa na nsem betu bi na say hey keke onyame ehu asema wo kan de wa wonwom na ye mbo ma wo na 16 na ye ade ketwa na nkampo 16 go betumi afọ me blasters squad kwa wo betumi afọ me be enye bi cramp na bench na nsem de aya man for munya but amafo keke na ese 16 pe no won titi sanka yes ko on ma push gift a ina kaka beto ba ko be 16 akamia kwa yesa ase industry ha ye we dey je say na watwi bia mpo nson ya maba begina a che say me de nkomo ekoso eye showbiz mu bebeto dra me hu say beef eni che say bia obi throw shade mu obi che say ensida na watwi de fofora bebeto dra kwa ne say eye legendary musician Emeka ne sa Jedubile Amboli ono de say some time ago no de betu dra say Shatawale kra dance or kino claim no enye Ghana de afije Emeka na wa yire ho na wo de atare wani ase de jo tutu bi ma na nkasa na yi na eye ne manager an bulldog betimi aka se bull god nso de eyi ehumuai ama eye ambule oche ma ambule asama wo kan no won che da anya adwe ase young talent ya be wo pese kaka nsem tia won ne ade o se ye enne ya na eye ambule ni nyom ya bobobo sama wa wonim de dawo se rap no nka me bomi ntumi rap then times when am betumi atunum o se ye enne na nka ye ambule trinity wo industry ni ma anko bi no betie ni nyom o se wonim kan kan hate anko biara mfa ni serious nti nye se bia then times past glory na wo ababejedi na fede wonam so na ye young ones ya be anka be encourage won no umom na fede ubom echi dede nti bulldog e de nkra bia ma eye jedible ambule akanfo bebe se obi ni mo brempo ahase yampa wo na apostle Joseph wa onim se odi wani che Ghana ha onipa ba akwa che se o manufacture cars machines ni ade hunu se weje ni din ankasa papa apostle Joseph na yi na ne ba de ba nsem ya bisu jo twema che se o start your brass and che se o fiase from grass to grace ni enye se hu so onam ho ane se onam ho se wa oyo defo no o se na che se obra ni gwa wo na ankasa che se onye duampondi bolem na no se we dwendi ekodu bimri bo ka se wa power ba no pesa nko no aka so o jeni crafting nsem nti train kwa no pesa nko gina ho na ka train bon banyanyu nchaade yakopon aka sa de ne saka na akoma te se sa nsem na o how no famu nyina na mi nchaade unso we yi ne film na yi na oba o chem se mu hu se ne papa nam ho no ma se de wa beje din ate se what say what impacting knowledge e won kofu ma enye se kwawo no chema ne papa na nkasa asa o ye spirit onye nipa keke cause nim dia nakopon akasa de a che no ono nkasa odwe ho nti ase ti ode eyi abasobo kese mu ya den pa ama ye ne papa Joseph na ye Joseph junior ya na ye interview oni bolare na ye interview no na odi nsem betu jani nsane former wife and ex wife Juliet Ibrahim actress na ma for won say bia won tamunye ni ade no so debi oni Juliet dia okay even though say ono no Joseph waware for Juliet untu say she's also moved on omo wo baba akọ but ochema won tem ye okay nye say bia ntokwa bi ni ade but they are just cool like that. Now you say a Sunday and Ghana nya 65 years since Independence Day ni di ankasa. Now oko social media celebrities such as when him say occasion bia we have to turn up. Into any red gold green ni ankofu posti ni ade na me hu some photo shoot be na Ekua Bella Mundi and Abeka some photo shoot be on Kevin Star Gold fine I say container one share that dress na red gold green just say de na ye fan kasa na Independence Day be same bebre na ekoso na just say ye di ankasa amafu chema 65 Ghana ye share dan koyo ni obi ana na adwenche be nso chema 65 years ye hwe ye aman etwan ye ho ehia na wo hwe a o mu say ye share dan koyo ni msa but ye be chichiren akasa but na ye kan say ye Ghana happy 65th Independence Day na Independence Day ye course we dey just say entertainment industry ni dey na ye ni judge say anka ye je ni ade na say asem kese to ye legendary Ghanaian music producer DJ Rabakari wo dey be ya wonim na nimfoni na etwegui just say abanti kama just say he's full of life time bia be hwane so wo Ghana just say promoting artists be say no we promoting just any page just to promote Ghana now about vacation no dey na chere ye Buzia beach ko share ho kakra se nka okwa je ni kakra na fofia anto ata just say asemne de amanfu nya nkasa be si ne nkofo mpo nje ndi mpo se wewu DJ Bakari just say waka baby nyankopon afre no na se mekoba ne se report say nya ne se see hono ma na odran ni beach ni wa mafo se ade onim swim na koba ne se questions e bebre but incredible to odwa na yenso ye bomache se de wa nyankopon de na se me be to odwa de celebrities bebre e na amane mo pay mo tribute ono sa akode rapper sa akodi chema be see ne krampo say asem na ni nya cause DJ Rabakari posti make some posts be wo Instagram or chema he would prefer to spend any holidays and Independence Day ne wo Ghana say nko be she be na say ase bia ne ringe che say asem na de ayanko nya efia be kan bi na adamfo ni twotwo mutwo pan Reggie Rockstone chema onu kra asem na de odwen ho nti ase nti D Black nom Antoine che say nko bebre me hu say other musicians so pay tributes channel na asem de ayenya opa na ye kan ne sinyakopon empe baby pa emfa DJ Rap NCA na ye DJ Rap and Semia so now unse Reggie Raxton de na Adamfo nye ne mabechim they've been friends for a very long time na na Reggie comment here Black Sheriff wa on nsem ye ba wo say on empire san na di obi amafo chema de oni de nye kwa young rapper we si so say anka say anka kan contract mu ya san de nsa kwa sha say amafo chema say obeye adwuma ama won sa say onye bi mfim but ne management no tutu say good deal ono so embe complaining yen say amafo ye be fa ne sa na ye Reggie Trema DJ Rap or say sa contracts na ye Black Sheriff any empire sign anya ne de Ochema onra describe as one of the worst deals ever. Intina kan adwim mpodia anko yes anko be frɛ black I know na twetwe nkomo minim se na nkomo na anka be say anko be talking out of the contract so say advice be no de bama no but wa onim say asem akwa ba asem kesi abate say DJ Rap aka baby de nin say advice kuna na anko pesa anko de ma black on ne nyina antumi amba so I check kwa na me be to just say enyum to ni Miss Bill I ne papa ka be na just say circumstance na odika be de na ye ya wankasa just say imagine say wuti studio wo your program na just say when you call na be fuso waka to papa ka be ya wankasa say sister yi ni nu sukra just say or end program no me yakopon charge won say no wankasa esi ni papa kama na ne papa de o ye muslim nti say an check kwa na wo ye na yi nti say 1 week ni ade ni na wanye but Islam mo mamrem after 40 days wo ye yi bi na yi na Mesbo bi ma ne papa na just celebrities kopie wo honom politicians just say a party ye businessman Kofi Amabe no wo hobby footballer Asamoah no wo hobby na foforo kwa beto dwa kwa ne NDC fo kopie wonti wonanum say Mesbo dey support NDC enye news ai just say John Mahama time 2020 presidential election just say campaign bang na Mesbo anye ma but na NDC fo so ye nwie dey say ade ato ne say amamre kwanso ese ko jana just say ye pepa na nwie mu ni su inti NDC for you say work officials mu akese Sami Jenfi Edem Agbena na Yaya Koku just say MPP for MP I dey make MPP debi MP for Sisala West on so copy anything ho and other members of the NDC copy on to say oja wonwe wo bo no just on so see papa fe see any dem account say when sin we 40 days and Islam for amemem na na Asamoah okotwe anything ho no no ochema enye tie bia Mesbo just na Adam for bi keke no aba debi Ochema Mesbo nunua kasa on na enyi just say neighborhood mu ba ko fit 2005 be sine on Mesbo ayadanfo ankasa ne ma mi wu krampo Mesbo ba ho be boa na ne ade nti Mesbo de on na atala ne ja ya Asamoah nunu nse onye tie bo no kwa na obo ka nwom onum to ankasa ne ja no so perform me work aka na just say Mesbo papa na accident sem bebre ko so pa na twa pimpolo an 6 year ko je ni ding na aden 6 je mic so perform na say ye hu an sister ya confirm na say say sexy o de na wuji o de kana yen fama ba onu say baby e clapping pole just say okodu baby na say eni je nko a na yi ase ni ade nyina wo yi nyina naja wa wo koi koja na ni ade actress hu housing scenario Miss Ghana in a party me hu no ho no just say movie fu bebre bigger quiz salinko just say me hu nya mebo ni di na mejan just say de Mesbo wa ye just say wa pene ni papa wa pene kwabe kwa just say enyi ni da ku na un say white na what she just say celebration of life and kasa nti Mesbo on behalf of nkomo ho anya ye cheni team na yesi ma o yakọ na Ghana Independence Day ya ye 65th Independence Day na ye din sada na ye Kwame A+ Kwame A+ edi 45 years na party bi o hye pan won kran kropondwa mu to be say pepe ni be hye na nkofo ekopie wo honom je say all white party na enda femu Reverend Obofo ye hu no ho bi je say ko tools kan kasa onim say Reverend Obofo de na egori penhye na wan hu dress na Reverend di twato to so pan white bi na o hye some shorts bi na je say wan hu za ho fei egware na nkasa no ko tools ka gu won say oje ni din ankasa na ye kan wa wo kopie ho bebre na e bebre kokko if you actually TV series fame sister nsu jirim na hu edi egu na echi pa hey Just what so go for koje wundi won e ye akua Ghana's will be to me hu no hobby just say brother Sami Abeku Santana Beneta Gafa an actress no no so gina hobby Maxwell na mama Brown niku onu so no gina hobby nya say pass ni de nsem course wan kasa na wo je wani na nwa ye na wo so birthday boy na be fa bibi kakra to na A+ chema onu hu ni sa no onu de wani da so say one day ye ka Ghana mampania obedi bi hina na eko efia odo an actress or some influencer just oko social media the way Jenny Diankasa na fix the country be kaya last year just say wo just say there na one cat just oko Twitter wo channel na fix the country fix our road fix just say nsem be na wo rezi na eko kakra nsa as a demonstration wa bedu afa de hwe efia odo aye hu ni biom na mafo chemi say dey na esi efia na no tom no de betu just say amafo threaten ni ade just say nsem de bebre ma me krampo ka hye say efia ye your buy ya santo wa ye bia ye ntisi de je wa homi no bia mbefa bibia anye kos o tia se bibi ye wa na ma me na me koyende ne ja efi odo ka se ne sansem no ka no obo aban na chi onye biem na efi odo interview recent one on e and those to koye wo Hester fem no chere mu se ono Ghana de o wu mo man no de bi o sansem na ye kan na I will die for the country and I will leave the bi so no de onye bi cause Ghana ain't deserve it. Cause okowu sesia owu na ye nkwase ewu nti ofi odo so ono pade so obeka se ode ne kra beto ama man no be sacrifice de o se Ghana is not worth dying for ye ngina efi odo nsem ye o kan yi so na ye ntwa ye ho kakra na oni nsem aka nsem ne de do so se ye koba bebe sang nyina egu ho.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On Biztech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Medof ba me masanso ma wakwa aba won komo wonu sama broni makase ma be na ma ba edwuma na yeto aso na wonu se me de ase obi fi asem de aya me nhye dandi funche se me de na enye kokonsa ye nchiremu keke eje de out story bi na wanti ase na eja me de ye kɔ na aba na story ba kwa wonu se ababa ye bubuja wo ye entertainment industry mu ye eye Shatawale ne maame ne maame awo no Tawale nkwanpo de no dan ye for 13 months and 9 days maame ne na esi Shatawale maame ne na nche kwa na ye Shatawale mame koye interview bi wo Hot FM na je odi betu dwa senye ni fi kro tima chema ne bane na ese so onno otomano wetu ne fi wo na yi na o friend ne be no so shata wetu je se won yi bi ma nia ma egu abot me bebi mpo na me de miti ato o se ne ba yi o friend on fa text message o je se kwan ya wafa kwan bia so se anko be reche Shatawale na je se embu bi mpo wo ho a na odi abo ne mame ono akasa enyim no ye 13 months and 9 days ne mame ni ese to wa ye bi onye bi na yi no de beto abonti no check na for se Ghana for me pamo chomo mbo ame na menya bebi fa metinto se de o chema se kaso a ho wura mu bebi kura po metumi abo no wanye ska na wakọ tena kwa ni beje na shata ma mi se na nyema ma ye din ama na ka kro otwi kra wakọ ye se oton ka na se onye bebi no de ni tito na nsem ye beto dwa no na mafo chema Shatawale mame ase nsem na ase ye ha bi o twanto cause ase story ne ba time aye ne be so on medical kwa US store na mame na betu twase enye hype o se na ade na mumbu adesa se na ni wanyi ni tipen no kwa mo ye na ase na mo to aka say hype no pe o se ma me panhimu amabo me brawie te se me hype de me ye de na ye hype inti amafo chire ma chata wale ma me se komo de no enye ti se me ba be jana na bia me be kan onye me na me ko no aka sa na kama aka say mama be bro me shata me so me shata fan movement me ka ho inti mo ntumi nka na amoka no o se komo de na aka sa inti mo nka say hype na ne ba ne de wa ye bia o mboa no inti se de amafo e na de ba betumi se mo mboa no minim se bo benya ne mo mama number na ma send ya ma na say shata movement mum ba ko betumi akọ high diamond na o se munya ne mboa na nsam ye koso na shata wale nso ye sam live bi no de beto dwa se mundi mu fiasem ai kana mo pe kasa de bia mo pe se mu chene shata wala ye se nsam na koso no dia shata chema mundi mu fiasem na ye ka shata wala asem ye ntumi nka e wo mrekwa ye nka se ne ye shata wala ni medical je say US tour it was successful ai obi ka chem bufufra enye no kware na wan hu say private jet mu ni ade one done oh meje nedi na wan hu say bojija de mu ni ade amafo ma no mo ye ma no pa wan say ye ne ye te private jet mu private jet ankasa na wan say wakogina eyi jet ni wings ba akoso na say all kind dollars be amafo chema oyi ni 11 na ehuska we dollars that say won say o ma $1 crowd nim say na any cedi ni 7 cedis and some coins nti munye di nkwa na ye nhwefem na eyi che say to na wokwa wo eye US nye mofra de ibiu na che say wonam Ohio when I'm Washington, New York, na mafo te say baby o bedu bia mafo be pull be hwe won say one on the medical dey enye na da family they say to na woko US mafo chema we say ma left to hide the flag of Ghana na ye ka to no wan wato eye Ghana fo ni me sa na wotwia na ebede na ye eye kidi ene ni nwa kwa me Eugene film na two boys links entertainment mafo chema say the one where Michael Jackson of our time na mafo chema so won do ye but mafo say ye kan wan wo bo won modern power music industry ma na ka kidi ni shatawa Mr. Shatawale bi debut kidi ni kwa me Eugene je say wo call some UK ai wo say O2 na O2 Indigo wo say venue ba ko mi so wo honom na je say concert awoye nkofo say sold out concert ma me nka ne sa na won ti ase je say seat ba ko mpo anka obia ba na obepo be hwe won na concert ni de say wo je won de ankasa won say hype ni de yenya na ye hype so support your own support your Ghana for my ade ankasa ne fans am wo UK ni ade mo amuni na mo ba be hwe bi kidi eni ni nua kwa me Eugene say wo da mase na eye concert na wo ye ne je say won nyen won ko an surprise art bi e be piem wo eye sa akode nso ye interview ne during avion no chema say kidi ni sa akode so obetua ticket ahia twa ticket ahia for plane concert bi obeye bi obe support na mafo chema Shatawale we de ana me bo Shatawale di ne sa shata wan don je wutu ana mafo chema sa akode wa bo hu mode ne nipa be ya na waye na ye ba industry ni sa na simple yaba industry no nim say yes akode de wa supporting crofone kasa nze young rappers so to me gada won no wa twa no miade na ye UK ye okoyi after say on ye kwa me Eugene supporting one concert no san so call club bi wo London na say o hon mo twa o say club de wo je we ni obebonwom miade no request say one boy Kevin boy down flat one boss an nwom ni ma no na ye na Kevin boy no so one done I hail you, I salute you, yes, sir. Also, that was here. Because in Pabayana, why you say, who to me, Bora Club, you land, and I will request to say, one Bogan and there. Also, that was it. In Susanna, what 3 days, yaka artists and what to Ghana for anemia, any kiddie. Kwame Eugene Shatawale any medical na ye Kwame any kidi concert nkofo bebe support him ye hu kwabena wo honom Davido concert no so course wo O2 no ye hu say dark vibes ekobi na Stoneboy nso ginemu any other Ghanaian artists nti say de na watwe de Ghana fo de ye ka say nye je ndi style bi UK US ye ndi ashita bebia na what we do in command jaso na ye wo ho na ye hu say some picture bi be pie hu ka career ase hanya tallest building e wo Dubai na ye hu say ye Ghana for colors red gold green and black star ye boy gold honom ho baby ye hu say tallest building na it say we display ho na for say where the Ghana today we are see to the whole world ma for a chair ni ade na ndi nchiremu an say na do dan kwakufa ade ye manpin or the chair ye Dubai for ye Dubai Expo 2020 na no na just say business ni ade bohwe say investors beba chrome ha say na say Ghana and Dubai betumi ahye ne ma koso say scampo betumi epiem mo honom na yi na ye pictures yi betu abonche na mafo chere say say the Ghana de ye je yendi ni ade ebidum chema chere uko sa Dubai na manfo a manhodro so hu se won so display one color si mi se nya di bia na manfo afa ne personal but hu se bibi ba sa ya mun celebrate ka ni bia na won de be ye ni propaganda na mo be fine na mo be fine kosi ebinim so chirema sa projection na wo project ye Ghana flag na wo eye Dubai na wo se ska kwakodi mu ni ade mama fo ye de nche de ni information ni ade ni e be kan ne se na e ba na nkofo kufwe nkofo status a enye be hwe Ghana fo ade ye fe ye mo fe sa je se ne they taking pride Ghana to the world kufwe Twitter enye nkofo posting ni ade enye Ghana to the whole area se na me say no na sa expo ye koso wo Dubai na ehun za yenwuntu ni awiala onu so de nani kopie wo e na Steve Bedi an ye saxophonist ne nso no so wo ho bia te se wo ko perform ni ade Ghana man pehina na ade dan kwaku fado onu ne te se ne officials nso de ehun se na wo ho ni ade na ye picture ya da ho ahun se e trend ya nkasa social media bebia wo fa ne ehun se the tallest building in Dubai Ghana for colors ne ko na me de me se pe ni be hwe ne na Ghana for na ka mo ho de dia mani je de ne nya ye echian ka ye wo krom ha se kra ne foto e koma mie na ye Stephanie Benson ayi wa onim se Ghana ni nyuntuni ba ko se Stephanie de anya mu Fred Ibio sister e just say she's outspoken bibi obeka na ye no de nkra bi auto ama mie okroma no chima mie bebre muntumi ni mu kununum entwetwe nkomo obi wonu me ne bi asem bi aba wa akosua komehu ni ade ebi wa anya me bi koso ni nyina muntumi nkasa o se ni DM ukọ social media ni DM me atumi send no e bia me face problem with me kunu Ghana college ko mo to me ko Ghana honum te say nyema basa we no da be to just say mamon ferry mo you o ferry ni suro ni hu ni ade nyina nto nchen se bibi koso a eye wukunu for better for worse mo cavals ne ye ngina ho bi nti se wonu ni nya sa ayonko fa na bibi abetimi ni na bonkomo nti o chema munja isa hunu na mu open up ai o se na o kana o se honesty ni trust ni na ye ki o so onu kwa o chirema ni kunu o ware no ono di o jeni di ankasa inti say the one ni relationship net no there is no way ani kunu pa be ye ne so be fa na echi ana say debi o say she's very open na Stephanie don't say baby obekobi obe open keys say they would ni nya che Ghana ha say na koye interview no trema eye ni nyom one more on is a mini boy na ai wa unya music video ni bia na say unti nyom na me dem catch one more on is a mini ko YouTube na ade na kwhwe se obenya nyum bi ahia no chema music video ni mu say no ni samini say atetare bi afemfam na say kissing bi oh Stephanie ni samini sa video mo release ko fe kasa bebre na ina Stephanie edi nsem bi abetu do chema video na wo ye na say na samini on ne asa wo de da won ho so ni ade samini nya ha don kakra be bisa ha de ba cho e bia na ma metwa nyem na ma be chirem o chema say asa di na sorry kakra won nyina say won ho hey some for me hu say na make cause make say na ma broni de na den na fine kosi but Stephanie Chema won nyina just say asa tinka bi kakra ba won ho but won so obia ware for de nye sa say video keke no be shoot say na concentrate you know say o concentrate say ye adwuma na won be ye na ja wo twa video e na wo but Stephanie Chema asa you hey Stephanie Benson oh would be beba but Stephanie some all can say hwe ankoso a music video keke na wo shoot but e wo mu say feeling kakra sorry but ni nyina wo bogui ai sa no si Kata Big J I priority on says some music group that will be J one day because say they go so trendy ankasa. Na you know a Kata dey say be betu judge say na you are no a year actress or something a TV presenter Sally Gali. Am of ka say na selling to me wo na fine ko si o say nya no kware. Sally Gali ono ankasa to me nyen saying just say 8 months na by the 8th month no lusu abofra nti say one nyem da nti say na aya otete won fam na nkofo che o ye betumi aboa o enim doctor bi ye betumi ma wa fedru bi say enye sa no one can say obetumi anyensen awo ba yankopon brimu na bia be koso jojo nti se na aya manfo kekeka na wo pressure na the social media kwankofo tumi konom controlling ne yere na yi no chesa hwe nya won wan kasa mrepem yankopon ye won adoma wo bewo afa won ho afa won ba ni just ba konsuso etwinity won cement industry na watwimu ye medical rapper medical and ne fela makafi when you 2 years of marriage na just say wow nim say one relationship they start any one anye ye free and a relationship na enko baby aye ho ye ho na ja berema medical Mr. Frimpon edikato kaso ekoje ye fela makafi list eye ne ho ade fefe kama tanfo nyina call low battery say na medical kan na ne power bank da so charge 99 just ma for the one yam one worker saying ye ne wo yam de one show ye wo ha ni hu se Nyankopon so adom one san so awo ba just say island just say dey just say skey money no be problem just say wonu say medical the chairman akasa ne ye say the fela makafin so asasa ajoy or chairwoman ene ne wo open business na fela trende na just say contract ni ade na ye 2 years here wodi na just say message ene ne pay ni be social media and medical so just say when ya fela ware na kama na ka bo bi a che na re na fela makafin so chema medical odo hey amanfi just say pressure upon pressure some video collage bi a ye fela makafi ye on ni kunu na amanfo chema say de mati mu hu ani mankasa na amanfo kan ne se Nyankopon boa mo na mamu kwatente a wodi wom na mo do no amze ma ye couple go krom ha sei no munkoso na mundo do mo ye mpese ye ti asemboni bia just say ne ekoso ne de ni je won say fela makafi ene ne ni kunu medical ye mam congratulations ayo ne kra me ba be sorry so mama me fa we ntwato wa onim say beef de se na me kan ase de bia na watwi bia ba ko nim ba sa na watwi de me say kase epie mu pa ye Aisha Modi talent manager Aisha Modi any diamond appear into kwa course wo Instagram Aisha chirema wa onim say Aisha de ono de ba betudwa say bi hwe ne ho ankasa te say wo scan kasa te say wo chirema wa boabo ankrofo ne ade na 2 years ago I know to asase wo diamond apia ho Aisha no so to asase wo diamond apia o say $40,000 obo ana yenso ye boa na asase yo to ya watua ho kei diamond besine enfie bienni o ne nsa nka pepese wa fa kwambia so na diamond fa pepese bremi o na obi a metu akade ade na menya me pepese wa ya bu sister ye chia sister ye fa pepese mane ne na ebufu na odekoti na social media na okwa pe ni bese o yaw fitei o behwe otutu bi ma diamond apia na ochema wo ye wenum udwa wenum okrom ha na say na fine face o do bese no benya asem na mafo beka say na de bi Aisha Modi anti say de Aisha Modi say diamond apia oje ni down pepes but modi ana fa pepes man ansa kwa na wa yo bibia wo say wenyu nje okrom ha na watwi de ama boni nsem de na edoso shata wale ni nua medical kidi ni nua kwa me Eugene ti say tiwon wa tew Ghana fu anim Independence Day ya so ye kodi ni ade Ghana fu ye trendy Dubai nyina ye no so so edu nyina abrem Stephanie Benson ne je say ne just onu so release ni nyina so ye de besom na story back we ni die chipa shata wale ne ma me nsem ne ko shata aka say ye ndi ye mfi asem but nsem ye ni die chinti da se ne ama boni ne course entertainment industry maka se me fatu mo se me somo de me somo sompa nsem di meni die chi social media te say Instagram Twitter me di meni die chi ne ebe ko bia me di nyina aba besom se say die makram e besan so ehia next week
On this week's edition of Biztech, we engage Meshach Adjetey, a 24-year-old miniature artist doing amazing work with chopsticks and cardboard.
I love acting and crafting. Okay. Yes. So anything I see which is beautiful or I find it passionate. Yes. Step one, I cut this board. Okay. Yeah. So from here to here is 15. Okay. From here to here is 12.
So you measure everything as well. Okay.
It's actually funny because I sometimes take some of the things from my mom's jewelry stuff.
Okay. So you've been stealing your mom's. You've been stealing some of the mom's jewelry to do it. Okay, that's amazing. Yeah.
Watch Biztech this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Mr. President, I'm sure you've heard about this Supreme Court ruling concerning the controversy over whether or not the deputy speakers can vote. What do you make of the decision so far?
Let me begin, first of all, by saying that as a rule, I've made it a point since I became president, as much as possible, not to comment on constitutional issues in the country. I think people who are students of our constitutional law, our constitutional jurisprudence, are very much aware of the role that I played when I was a barrister in helping define some of its basic principles of interpretation. And I think that now I've become president, if every time there's a constitutional matter I'm heard to pronounce on it, it will give the impression that I'm setting myself up as what, some sort of rival Supreme Court. And I've been very reluctant to do that for that reason. I think the body that the Constitution has set up to be responsible for declaring the meaning of the Constitution, interpreting and enforcing it, is the Supreme Court, is the judiciary, with the Supreme Court at its apex. And as a matter of good governance, it's better that that body, which has been given this exclusive power, is the one that is heard on constitutional issues. And that's the reason why I've not been open or vocal on constitution. But I think this one, I feel strongly that I should make some comment. Firstly, the noise that was generated on this, at the time I was extremely surprised, because as far as I can see it, and I think that the Supreme Court has confirmed it, the matters involved in this thing are open and shut. They're black and white. There can be no dispute about the issues that the gentleman took to the Supreme Court. It is there for anybody who wants to see. In Articles 102, Articles 104 of the Constitution makes it absolutely clear in black and white that the deputy speakers, I'm not speaking of the speaker, I mean the deputy speakers, when they're presiding, have the right to participate in the vote of the Parliament. The whole structure of the Constitution, and indeed, and I believe that would have been part of the reasoning of the court, all the legislatures of the world, where the presiding person is a member of the legislature, like our deputy speakers are, like the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the United States, or the President pro tem of the Senate in the United States, or the Speaker of the British Parliament. All of those have the right to speak because they are members of the Assembly. Our Speaker is expressly not a member of the Assembly. That's why he doesn't have the right to vote. In fact, he really ought not even to participate in the deliberations of the House. He's a referee, making sure that the debate is conducted properly and that the rules of procedure, the orders of the House are complied with. That's his role. But he ought, strictly speaking, not to be part of the proceedings of the House. That is not the case with the deputy speakers. And that matter is transparent on the face of our Constitution. Indeed, even the presiding members of our district assemblies, they have the right to vote. Look at the district assembly law, because they are members of the assembly. And once you are a member of the assembly, you're representing certain constituencies. If you are denied the right to vote, it will mean it is tantamount to denying the right of the people you represent to have a say in the decision of the assembly. That would not be right. So I couldn't understand what all of this furore and controversy that was artificially generated. We're being told that the decision of the court amounts to judicial interference in the work of Parliament. I'm not quite sure that the people who are saying this have actually taken the time to read the Constitution of our country. It says so in black and white. The legislative power of Parliament that is vested, of the state which is vested in Parliament, is subject to the provisions of the Constitution. All organs of the Ghanaian state, including me as the head of the executive, we are all subject to the teachings of the Constitution. There's no body in the Ghanaian state that is above the fundamental law of the land. It would lead to the very matter that we have striven so long to avoid, the concentration of power, of unregulated power in our state. We don't want that. We've had that experience before, and we brought about this constitution in order not to allow that to reoccur. So I'm astonished about how much public energy has been wasted, I would say so with the greatest of respect, been wasted in an area, on an issue where there is so much clarity. And I'm happy that the court, and I'm sure as you're aware, the Supreme Court, when it is declaring the meaning of the Constitution, and it does so unanimously, that is the most emphatic way in which the court can pronounce. And it is, I believe, a decision of 7 of the judges, and a unanimous decision declaring what the constitutional position is. I think we have an opportunity now to put this matter to rest and continue with the work of our parliament and the work of the ordering of our state. But as I say, I suspect that it is this peculiar position which we are, with this very line majority in the parliament, that has given rise to all of these disputations and people making claims that are completely beyond the teachings of the Constitution and our understanding. But now that the Supreme Court has pronounced, I think what is required is for the nation, all of us, to put that matter behind us and to do our work. To suggest that somehow or other the Parliament is beyond the scrutiny of the Supreme Court when issues of interpretation is to suggest that Parliament is a law in itself. The whole principle of judicial review was developed by the judges, both in America and in England, to be able to check the activities of Parliament. Indeed, in our own country, the first major constitutional case which looked at the work of Parliament was in the case Tufo and the Attorney General, where the act of Parliament, the decision of the Parliament to subject the then Chief Justice, the late Frederick Kwesi Apalu, to a vetting process in Parliament, had been expressly forbidden by the Constitution. And that is the reason why Dr. Maku Tufo, the late Dr. Maku Tufo, unfortunately late, took the matter to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court made it quite clear that all the activities of all the institutions of our republic that impugn, that violate the Constitution, are subject to the powers of the court and to the declarations of the court. Me, I want to repeat it, President, head of the executive, I am subject to the Constitution and to law. I cannot set myself above it. Everybody has his remit, but those remits are subject to the operations of the Constitution. And I'm happy that the Constitution has been so declared in such an emphatic manner by the Supreme Court. Let's support the Supreme Court to continue to do its work. And I'm hoping that I'll not have an occasion again to pronounce some constitutional matters.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
And we keep on printing all these things, wasting resources. Meanwhile, we can't find money to pay NAPO guys and the rest. So, leader, please, at least, tell us something. Yes, I'll go there. Mr. Speaker, on a number of occasions, the chair has directed that a meeting or meetings should be held to resolve issues affecting the District Assembly's Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, these meetings haven't taken place, and we are unable to get a report for the House as to what is happening to the District Assembly's Common Fund. Principally, the non-release of revenues collected to the Common Fund Secretariat for onward disbursement to the district assemblies. I have filed 2 urgent questions inviting the Minister for Finance to come and clarify issues relating to the District Assembly's Common Fund. But unfortunately, these urgent questions have not been listed for next week. But they are urgent. If we want to understand what is meant by urgent, it means it should be immediate. But these questions have been filed and they don't find space in the whole of next week's agenda. So I want to find out from the leader of the House what he is doing about that issue, because the records indicate that for the whole of 2021, no money has been released to this Assembly's Common Fund Secretariat, except to borrow 200 million against the releases of the 2021 sums due to this Assembly's Common Fund. And we need explanation. That's why it is important that the Minister for Finance appears before this House to brief us what is actually happening. Because we are in 2022 and the resources are still building up. We have information that even what is due to the Common Fund Secretariat for the 4th quarter of 2021, no release letter has even been given to the assemblies yet. So we are left in darkness as to what is happening to that constitutionally established fund. I think that the leader of the House should tell us something, what he's doing to enable us get briefed about this Assembly's Common Fund. Thank you.
Yes, nothing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week, the Honorable Ricketts Kweku-Hagan made a very important statement on SNET and the sale of assets of SNET. And in the contributions following the statement, we all agreed that we should find a way of bringing SNET to this House to understand exactly what is going on with this mass sale of assets. I know that we have had very ingenious ways of engaging institutions, like we did with the NIA, was it 2 weeks ago, if my memory serves me right, where they came to brief the committee of the whole how the national identification exercise was going. So I thought that if we could create an avenue like that for the management of SNET to come and brief us, because honorable members are particularly concerned about what is going on, and a lot of Ghanaians, a lot of pensioners want to know what is happening about those mass sale of assets. So, Mr. Speaker, if the business committee, the chairman of the business committee, can find a way of creating the avenue for the management of SNET to come and brief us, following the statement that the Honorable Kweku Hagan made. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the majority leader is busy. Yeah, I would want to find out from the honourable majority leader his views on Article 97(1)(c). I've heard the First Deputy Speaker as well say that it's time to test that provision of the Constitution. Article 97(1)(c) dealing with absenteeism of honourable members of Parliament. How do you think that we should proceed in testing that provision of the Constitution, seeing that I'm particularly committed to that cause? Even members of the general public have begun bringing us petitions. It's not too clear how we should go about it, how it should be raised, how the Privileges Committee should come in and all of that. But it is an important matter, and it's generated considerable national debate. There is also an appeal court decision. The Professor Kweku Azan case, he went to the appeals court in 2008, and the court seemed to have their own, when you read the judgment, as to how the clerk should just, after 15 days, inform the Electoral Commission the seat should be declared vacant, by-elections should be held. So we need to, as a House, decide clearly on how we want to deal with this canker of absenteeism, particularly as we are enjoined under Article 97(1)(c) of the Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Leader. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I have a concern. I don't know clearly who can address that. Speaker, first is to do with the official reports. These reports, I thought, would come in an order.
If you take the votes and proceedings of yesterday, we approved that of 18th February 2022. And if you look at today, Mr. Speaker, you just did 23rd February 2022. Meanwhile, we start also on Tuesday, 22nd February 2022. That hasn't come. Not only are we not getting the reports in order of sitting, but sometimes also, Mr. Speaker, they delay in coming. And so sometimes members may lose their thoughts of what exactly was said to help in the correction. I don't know if something can be done about the submission of official reports, so it is done in order. If we did 18th February yesterday,
then if we are to do something today, it should be 22nd February and not 23rd February. I have that concern with the official report. Speaker, the issue of motion. Luckily, that day you were in the chair. The 1st July incident in Wa, the civilian military brutalities. You asked your Committee of Defense and Interior to visit Wa to deal with the situation. We finished, brought our report long ago. Till now, that report, Mr. Speaker, has not been taken. And such similar incidents are happening. And I believe that if we adapt that report, it will help in maybe giving some directives that may help to avoid such similar incidents from happening. And so I just want to, when reports are ready, such as investigative report as done by your Defense and Interior Committee, the House must find space to adapt them as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the chairman of the Business Committee. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Order 40, the House, Order 42, the House shall sit on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. Sittings shall subject to the direction of the Speaker, ordinarily commence at 10 in the forenoon and shall ordinarily conclude at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I know that the framers of this standing orders intend that parliamentarians sit in the chamber for at least 4 hours. Any other thing that comes is according to the direction of Mr. Speaker. So if you are doing 16 hours a week, Mr. Speaker, and you have an order paper that is continuously containing things that have not been resolved, are we looking at the number of hours that we need to do in a week and arrange the business accordingly? Because if there are so many unfinished business, it means that probably we are not matching our business with the time available for members of parliament to deal with issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member who asked the last question, Honourable Peter Tubu, I recognize that his full titles are not listed. I think he's a retired policeman. Is that not the case? I don't see the titles accompanying the name. We will have to investigate how come the titles don't accompany his name. Mr. Speaker, I'll respond to his question in the fullness of time. Mr. Speaker, the first question was asked by the Honourable Robson Dafiamapo, and it has to do with the 20% cut in expenditures announced by the Minister of Finance. And he's saying that he filed a question about a month ago or so. Speaker, I'm informed that that question has been admitted, but it's not been communicated to the Minister of Finance. And that being the case, it's not come before the Business Committee. Because it's not come before the Business Committee, we are not able to schedule saying for response. So when it comes, we'll do what is needful. Mr. Speaker, the same person related to some private members' bills and motions, and is urging that the House takes them next week. Mr. Speaker, I hope that we're able to do just that. Remember 2 weeks ago, I was also making the same point, that you should use the period offered us to pursue these matters. So I agree with you that we'll see what it is that must be done. The Speaker, the Honourable member for, is it Elembele, the Honourable Kufibwa, the consensus is Elembele. He says to us, he refers us to Article 67 of the Constitution, and it says to us that perhaps the President wants to change the name of the State of the Nation address. The date and time of the State of the Nation address. Yes, Speaker, first of all, to let the member understand that I don't even know what he's referring to, that the President is obligated to come to this House to deliver a State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, that is incorrect. The President comes to this House to deliver a message on the state of the nation. So please, relate to the appropriate phraseology of the Constitution before you ask your question. Mr. Speaker, he says that the President wants to change the date, and that if the President wants to change the date, he should go to the Supreme Court. I don't know what he's talking about. The Speaker, the Constitution provides that the President shall, at the beginning of each session, of Parliament and before a dissolution of Parliament, deliver to Parliament a message on the state of the nation. The Speaker, Parliament at each session, and the session of Parliament is the meetings that we have in a year. And ordinarily you have 3 meetings. The first meeting is the beginning of the session. The Speaker, so we are still within the beginning of the session. People should avert their minds to this. The Speaker, so please, if you want to litigate the matter, you should come with facts. We are still within the beginning of the session. So the President will come when he will come, in this session, in this meeting, at the beginning of the session. At the beginning of the session, which includes the entirety of the first meeting. So, Mr. Speaker, when members ask questions, they should come with proper questions. That's the question, that's the response that I'm giving you. The first meeting is the beginning of the session. It's the beginning of the session. The President is obligated to deliver at the beginning of the session, which is the first meeting of the session. I thank you very much on that. I know you are struggling to understand, but understand. The Speaker, the Honorable Champong related to some motions listed which have not been taken. I think it's on the same path as the issues raised by the Honorable Roxanne Dafiamapo, and the response that I gave really should resolve your own inquiry. The Speaker, the Honorable Odo is asking that some referral was made to a group in the House to pursue in respect of the release of common fund to the various district assemblies, and that the non-release is causing some difficulties in the various districts. The Speaker, I cannot agree more with the issue raised by the Honorable Podu. But just to say that I will touch base with the group that we put together. I think that group included the whips. The group included the whips and yourself, right? And the Speaker, they should be coming to us with their findings. That's why I've not heard anything from them, and so I'm not able to offer any concrete response to that. But given the importance of the issue, I will pursue it and see where we are, such that maybe in the course of the week, next week, we'll be able to give some response as to where we are. I know yesterday the administrator of the Common Fund wanted to reach me, I guess, on that. Unfortunately, we couldn't meet. So we'll do what is appropriate and come with some better reassurance the next time we meet. Then you're asking of some urgent questions that we filed, but which have not been admitted. The Speaker, just to indicate to the member that the admissibility of questions, urgent or otherwise, doesn't lie with me. It lies with the speakers. And so if he wants to know the status of the questions that he has asked, and I guess those questions were asked through the usual medium, usually through the whip of the caucus. You could touch base with the whip of the caucus, or maybe the clerks are able to know where the question is, whether they've been admitted by the speaker or not. I don't program questions on my own initiative, and the business committee doesn't also program questions unless they are admitted by the speaker. The Speaker, the Honourable Okudito is asking a question relating to SNIT. He says that there are some mass sale of assets and that a statement was made to that effect. Unfortunately, I guess I was not in the chamber, and so we'll see what it is that will be done about that. That is if we have to invite the management to brief us, we'll see. But it's not come to my attention, so I don't want to make any pronouncement on it. I'll consult with my colleague, the minority leader, and then we'll see what to do appropriately. Then the Speaker is also asking me about my own understanding of Article 97(1)(c) and what I guess should be done. The Speaker, it has nothing to do with the business statement. So if you want to consult me on that vis-a-vis the imperatives of Article 1125, we can discuss it subsequent to this meeting. The Speaker, it has nothing to do with the business statement before us. So we can talk about that, and I can give him my own opinion, I guess, subject to some considerations. I'm concerned about you as well. I'm concerned about you, dear Okudito. I'm concerned about you. Your pronouncements, I'm concerned. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Kofi Adams asked about the sequence of reports to us. I think I agree with you. If we've had to jump some dates, that cannot be regular, because some of them may even be predicated on a matter that has been discussed. So we need to follow the sequence. So I agree with you that if that is what is happening, then the table officers and the Hansa department will bring together to correct whatever the anomaly is. The Speaker, the Honourable Member for Wa West, I think related to Order 40. Again, the Speaker, it has nothing to do with the business statement. But as for the sittings and the periods of adjournment, we are still discussing as to when exactly to have sittings, especially given the traffic situation in Accra these days. So we may have to think through to see the better times. And this morning we're talking about some committee sittings interfering with plenary sittings. Is it a case that we allow the mornings to be dedicated to committee sittings and perhaps have plenary sittings begin at, say, 2 o'clock after, say, lunchtime, and then we go on to close around 6, 7, or 8, where traffic would have subsided? It's something that we have to think through and come to some determination on. I believe I've answered the questions that have been listed. and asked of you. I thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raised this question just for the business committee to start thinking and envisioning how these issues that I'm concerned about will be addressed. So, Speaker, as you are aware, there was a Supreme Court ruling yesterday that basically takes us into an arena that was normally not the case before. Now, Mr. Speaker, it raises administrative and logistical concerns that I have. And I believe the business committee will do well to take those into account. For example, Mr. Speaker, how will the speaker, the second deputy speaker, if he's alone and it's time for vote and he's in a row, will he suspend the house, go out and come and vote? Will it be a voice vote? What will the process be? How do we do that to reflect on our is that part of the business statement for the ensuing week? That I think the business committee must begin to take on to address. They will cross the bridge if we get there. Yeah, but there are real concerns I have, and I think you should take a note of that. Honourable members, serious logistical the business statement of the week is hereby adopted for implementation. Item 6, questions. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, if we can vary the order of business as the majority leader wants to make a statement on the Commonwealth Day so that we can be guided in terms of contribution, either one each or two each. Then we'll come back to our able ministers to respond to the questions.
Yes. Minority leadership. The application is that we vary the order of business for the majority leader to make a statement on Commonwealth Day celebrations.
Mr. Speaker, I think it's an honor having the leader of the House as Vice Chairman of the Commonwealth International. Because of that, we have no objection to this. And if we can make it 3-3, so that after the presentation, 3 people will contribute from this side. No, the name is similar.
Very well. Honourable Majority Leader, you may make it.
Speaker, if you indulge me, the Minister for Roads has to travel. So maybe we can accord in space for the questions we asked. And when they are finished, then I will deal with the statement. So I know the Deputy Whip has made an application to vary the orders, and they want to plead with him to drop it so that we allow the ministers to respond to the questions. And I guess because most of them are constituency specific, you find a way to deal with them, and then we can come to the statements. Yeah, thank you.
Very well. So the variation of the standing order is withdrawn. Now return to questions. Are we starting with the Minister for Roads or Mr. Agri? Very well, Minister for Agri. The first question is in the question number 562 in the name of the Honourable Member for Garu, Albert Akuka Alauzuga. Yes, you may please ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Agri my question. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture who the suppliers of the government subsidized fertilizers in the Garu districts are and what quantities has been supplied
to them since the beginning of the 2021 farming season? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the 2021 Planting for Food and Jobs campaign, a total of 71 fertilizer and 80 seed companies were contracted to supply subsidized fertilizers, organic and inorganic, and improved seeds to farmers throughout the country. The procurement of the inputs was undertaken to ensure the availability and accessibility of the inputs to farmers through a network of distributors of participating companies and retailers across the country. The Speaker, unlike preceding years, the participating companies in 2021 subsidy program were not limited to specific districts. They had the liberty to identify and enter any market of their choice in the country. However, as part of measures to curtail smuggling, the movement of subsidized fertilizers were restricted in 22 border municipalities and districts in 5 regions. The Garo district was one of such districts affected by the restrictive policy. Mr. Speaker, the reports received by my ministry on the PFJ subsidized program in the various regions inform that a total of 35,200 bags of subsidized NPK, 1,000 urea fertilizers were procured by 4,160 farmers in the Garo district. 10 participating companies in the program made the inputs available for patronage by interested farmers. The report also indicates that 7,520 bags of subsidized organic fertilizers were available for the farmers in the Garo district during the period under review. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, no company was specifically assigned to Garo district during the 2021 campaign, based on the policy of flexibility and discretion of participating companies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the Minister's answer to my question, he indicated that 4,160 farmers in the Garo district benefited from the Planting of Food and Jobs program. Mr. Speaker, from my checks, Garo has 63,423 registered farmers. So if only 4,160 farmers benefited from this program, which represents only 6.55% of the farming population in Garo, what kind of food security are we going to get in the district? Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, the 4,160 are farmers, not necessarily beneficiaries of the program. There could be border areas around Garo, district areas closer to them to buy than the retail outlets in other parts of Garo. So it does not necessarily mean that only 4,160 farmers benefited. It does not mean that at all. And in fact, one farmer can buy and share with his neighbor or brother or something. So the question about the percentages that is being indicated is totally misleading, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think that the minister, I'm not satisfied with the minister's response. In his own answer, if you look at the answer that the minister provided, he says that 35,200 bags of subsidized NPK and 1,000 urea were procured by 4,160 farmers. That's what the minister's answer says. So he said that so this was distributed to only 4,160 farmers. So that's what the answer says, which means that only 6.55% of the farmer population in Garu benefited from it. Now, the other issue I wanted to draw the minister's attention to is that the 35,200 bags he's talking about is the 25 kilometer bags. It's not a 50 maxi bag, it's a 25 kilometer bag, which means that even that one, because an acre, you require a minimum of about 4 bags of fertilizer, maxi bags. I'm a farmer myself and I know what I'm talking about. You need about 4 bags, maxi bags.
Honorable, can I ask you a question?
Yes, so I think that the minister's response is not satisfactory to me in the sense that the 4,160 farmers is very insignificant, and this number of farmers with that supply of fertilizer cannot really feed the population of Garu. So I'm not satisfied with the minister's answer, and he has to explain further on this.
Allah.
Yes, thank you. I'm not satisfied with that response. But be as it may, I will move on. I would also want to ask the minister in his answer in paragraph 2 indicates that Garu is a border town. Honorable Mr. Speaker, Garu is not a border town. No, I want to clarify that because I need to correct some of this. Right. So Garu is not a border town, and therefore, will the minister consider delisting Garu as a border town? Because if you check the map of Ghana, Garu is not in the border. Will the minister consider delisting this so that the people of Garu, the farmers in Garu, can benefit from this facility? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I will still insist that the 4,160 farmers referred to are not the only beneficiaries of granting for food and jobs in the Garu district. And the reason why we included Garu as one of the districts not to conduct the business was because it had attained notoriety in the smuggling of fertilizers. And that is why we have the evidence. There are a lot of cases at the police that are still being investigated and so on. So we have reasons why we chose these specific districts not to do business directly in them, because there was huge leakage of fertilizers from these specific districts before the decision was taken to exclude them from having direct supplies. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why Garu was included in the list. Thank you.
So we said, will you consider delisting it? Will you consider delisting it from the restricted area?
Mr. Speaker, this action that we took really assisted us in reducing to the minimum the amount of fertilizers smuggled across our borders. And we have no intention of changing that, at least for now. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put on record that my people are not thieves. They are not smugglers. The people of Garu are not smugglers.
Ask a question.
Yes, please. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, yes. Mr. Speaker, just by way of information, my checks indicates that the reason why the low numbers, the quantities of fertilizer to the district was as a result of the fact that the retailers on the ground, the retailers that they recruited, some of them didn't have the capacity to even transport, to even pay for one truck. And so, because of, for whatever reason, I don't know, so they selected, some of the selected the participants could not afford, and so they will come in late when supplies are exhausted. That's one. The second factor has to do...
if you want to make a statement...
I'm giving the minister some information, Mr. Speaker.
Then you either see him privately or make a statement. This is question time. So please ask a question.
Okay, so I'll ask a question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, will the minister consider organizing the transportation system in such a way that transportation of fertilizers to the far end of this country will not affect the cost of the fertilizer, such that those who are closer to Kumasi and Accra get it at a cheaper rate, whereas those who are at the far end, because the same suppliers come to distribute the fertilizer, will the minister consider reducing the price or helping the transportation system to help reduce the impact of cost on the farmers around Garu, Bunkurugu, Yunyo, and the far ends of this country? Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I will not consider that. Thank you.
Very well. Question number... Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is very aware that a lot of farmers and a lot of our food also comes from some of these faraway places, whether in the north or extreme end of Volta, extreme end of Western. And as you may be aware that as part of government policy, we have a way of stabilizing price. For example, petroleum products, whether you are buying it in Accra or Bolga or Boko, the prices are the same, just to create stability. Will the minister factor this in the distribution of fertilizer so that we can stabilize the price regardless of where you are in this country, so that it can enhance farming activity when it comes to application of fertilizer, regardless of where you are located?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the distribution of fertilizer, the supply, that is the inputs distribution, is purely a matter for the private sector. The government comes in to reduce the price by subsidizing the retail price to the farmer, as a way of encouraging farmers to apply more technology on their farms. So it is really a matter for the Ministry of Transport or whatever to make those kinds of haulage arrangements. It's not for the Ministry of Agriculture. That's not our job. Our job is to ensure that there's food security, we have more than enough to export, to earn money to come and develop this country. But when it comes to the practicalities as to the distribution, haulage prices, transport prices, and so on, it belongs to a totally different ministry. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, do I get the impression from his response that as a Minister for Agriculture, he doesn't really care how much the fertilizer costs for anybody in any parts of the country, and that once government has provided a subsidy and releases it to the private sector, it doesn't matter. They don't really want to follow up to ensure that everybody in any part of this country benefits from this. Is that the impression he's given us with his answer?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, far from it. That is not the impression I'm trying to create. All what I'm saying is about the role that this ministry plays as far as the work of the farmers are concerned. The other areas belong to other ministries that have to ensure that these objectives of uniformity in haulage costs and so on are carried out. That's all I'm saying. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I want to find out from the Honourable Minister for Food and Agriculture whether he has had any complaints of underserved farmers in Garu Timpani. If there's any complaints coming from any of the farmers from Garu about underserving of fertilizers and other inputs.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to that, in December I paid a visit to the Upper East region, and I didn't go as far as Garu, but the districts that I visited, including some border districts, were very, very happy with the way this government is supporting farmers in these districts. And any impression that farmers are not happy in Garu will be very unfortunate. Thank you.
Very well, we'll move on. 563. Question number 563. Honourable Member for Sisala West.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask your leave to take the question on behalf of the Honourable Member for Sisala West, who is unavoidably absent.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture why there is a shortage of subsidized fertilizer in the Sisala West district, and what steps the ministry has taken to ensure farmers get fertilizer to avert the shortage of food. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, reported shortage of fertilizers during the 2021 cropping season was due to a number of factors, which have been exhaustively explained by my good self in various forums, including this august House. I must place on record that no district in the country experienced shortage of subsidized fertilizers in isolation. The limited quantities of fertilizers available was a countrywide problem caused by factors beyond the control of this ministry. And these are four. One, the adverse effect of COVID-19 pandemic on international prices of fertilizers. Indeed, some finished products and raw materials experienced over 100% price increase. In fact, when it comes to urea, from $350 per ton, it rose, that's landed at the port of Tamale, it rose to $1,200 per metric ton. It's only recently that it was coming down, and now with Ukraine, it's gone up. It's going up again. Two, significant increases in freight charges and its deterring effect on international business, including importation of fertilizers. Three, late payment of fertilizer companies contracted by the Ministry for the 2020 cropping season due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on mobilization of government revenue. And lastly, inability of companies to secure credit facilities in the country to finance their businesses due to the global impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the banking sector. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the inadequate availability of subsidized fertilizers, the ministry worked tirelessly with the participating companies to ensure that the limited quantities were available in all districts where the products were needed. By our analysis, the country remains food secure, notwithstanding the difficulties during the cropping season in 2021. For the current year, 2022, the ministry is at the concluding stage of the procurement process regarding subsidized fertilizers and improved seeds for the farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for your response. But it is clear that the reasons you have assigned, the 4 reasons, they still persist. The reasons haven't left us yet. So is there any alternate plan to ensure that the situation does not recur in the 2022 cropping season?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are 2 markets for fertilizer in Ghana. The subsidized market, which we are talking about, and the open market. The open market was caught on the house, so to speak, because of what happened, the reasons that I've given. We've learned from that. This year, the open market will have adequate amounts of fertilizer. We've checked with the shipments, the stocks at the port of Tamale and the stocks up country. There would not be that shortage that we saw in 2021. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, except that because of the skyrocketing prices on the global market of fertilizers, the subsidy element will be reduced in order that we can reach out to more farmers than we would if we were to maintain our prices at the levels of the previous years. But definitely the open market is ready to meet the supply, the demand for fertilizers. Of course, it will be at a higher price than the subsidized market. Thank you.
Thank you for the assurance, Honorable Minister. I'll have no further follow-ups. Thank you.
Are you in West? Yes, let me hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, even though the question was constituency specific, the Minister in his answer indicated that it was not an isolated problem. And that is why I think it is important that I also get some clarification from him. Mr. Speaker, in answer to the question, if you look at the last sentence, the Minister assures that the Ministry is at the concluding stage of procurement process regarding subsidized fertilizer and improved seeds for farmers. But before that, the Minister also talks about food security. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister explain what he means about food security when the National Statistical Service has indicated in the last couple of weeks and months that food inflation is the reason for the hike in current inflationary figures that we are having today? The fact that food prices, the food inflation is contributing to the hike of national inflation. Can the Minister explain that in relation to his assurance that there is no shortage of food in the country? Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, when we talk about food inflation, we're talking about the prices at the retail level. It includes a large component of transport costs because food is bulky. It's very expensive to move it from the farm gate to the retail. It also, just as I've said, includes the cost of production on farm. I've just mentioned to you the price in the 18 months that urea, which is a major component of fertilizer, the price has gone up from $350 per ton landed at Tamale Port to $1,200. So the cost of production is also going up. So really, these are factors which come into play when we are talking about inflation. And obviously, it has nothing to do with the supply. We are talking about price. And as I always keep saying, you go between Tamale and Boga, the number of trucks that you meet on the road. Look at their number plates. They are coming as far as Nigeria, Burkina Faso, and others to come and take surpluses from Ghana because they don't have it. So that should tell you that we are food secure to the extent of even looking after our neighbors. Thank you.
Yes,
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Speaker, the Honourable Minister indicated that there will be no subsidy for fertilizer this year for farmers. Yes, I got that indication, and I want him to confirm that this year there will be no subsidy. If there is no subsidy, what will be the actual price? If there will be a subsidy, what will be the price?
Did you say there will be no subsidy this year?
Mr. Speaker, those words never drop from my lip. Thank you.
So what will be the price?
Item 565. The Honourable Member for Southton, Government Sunway. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture what steps the ministry is taking to assist okra and other vegetable farmers in the Southton district to add value through processing to maintain stable price on the market and to prevent post-harvest losses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by assuring the August House that vegetable production in this country is a major priority of the ministry. Among others, the establishment of 3 greenhouse technology villages in Greater Accra, in Dawinya, Central Region, Bojuase, in Ashanti Region, in Akomadan, amply attest to this assertion. The Speaker, the Southton district is well known for its production of vegetables, particularly okra. However, high and persistent post-harvest losses have constituted a major drawback to the efforts of the hardworking farmers in that district. The situation is exacerbated by inadequate knowledge of value addition practices to secure farmer incomes. Studies confirm that value addition is a panacea to the problem of post-harvest losses and should be encouraged, especially in respect to high perishable agricultural products such as vegetables. Consequently, Mr. Speaker, my ministry has rolled out a number of interventions to support vegetable farmers, including those in Southton district. For example, the Ghana Peri-Urban Vegetable Value Chain project, which ended in June 2020, covered 4 districts, including Southton district. The project was funded by the grant of $2.85 million United States dollars from the Japan Social Development Fund, drawn from a trust fund arrangement with the World Bank. Supervision of the project was undertaken by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture through the Directorate of Crop Services, whilst management support and project coordination was assigned to the Ghana Commercial Agricultural Project, GCAP. In the area of irrigation, the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority provided the requisite technical support to meet the project development objective of improving productivity and the market access by beneficiary vegetable farmers in selected peri-urban communities in Ghana, including Ipo in the Southton district. The knowledge acquired from the project by beneficiary farmers include technical and managerial capacity in baseline market survey, business analysis, and improved record keeping. Mr. Speaker, the farmers also benefited from training in soil and nutrient management, safe use of agrochemicals, post-harvest management, and participatory scenario planning to mitigate the negative impact of climate change in production activities. Furthermore, farmers in Hippo received training under the Ghana Green Label Certification Scheme to access high-value markets. Presently, Mr. Speaker, the certified farmers have been linked to an exporter who has established a business relationship with them. Aside this support, farmers continue to benefit from the subsidized fertilizer and improved seeds provided under Planting for Food and Jobs, and related programs implemented by the South Tongue District Department of Agriculture. The ministry is very much abreast with vegetable farm activities in South Tongue District through monitoring reports on extension services provided to farmers under the supervision of the Department of Agriculture in the district. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just for some background information in regards to the areas that are into major production of okra. It's not Hippo alone, as rightly mentioned, but we have Tojinu, Dokplamen, Shavanya, Agbakofe, Agbagome, Lakbo. These communities are major farmers so far as vegetables and particularly okra is concerned, and they all have this serious challenge. So my follow-up question, the answer you've just given me, Mr. Speaker, there was an expenditure of about $2.85 million in a project to intervene in capacity building and also to access markets, knowledge acquisition and all that. And various agencies under you carry specific mandates. Can the minister provide some information on the impact of this since the project ended in June 2020, of these in these 4 districts, particularly South Tongue, for us to appreciate? If you have any information to share on the impact of these projects on the 4 areas. Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the request requires another question to be to us, and then we can give a comprehensive answer.
Yes, honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, actually, it's because this problem is still there, and we need to find a way. So, Mr. Speaker, may I ask a second question, a supplementary question? The information in your last but 3 paragraph of the answer, you indicated that furthermore, if I should quote, farmers in Hippo receive training under the Ghana Green Label Certification Scheme to access high-value markets presently. Mr. Speaker, do we know probably the arrangement of the off-taker, whoever they've arranged to be buying from them? Can we know in terms of quantity and how many times over the period maybe the agreement was reached that they have actually gone to buy from them?
Yes.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, I came to this House not knowing that such detail will be required from us. So if the honourable member could request that information through another question to us, we'll be too glad to give all that information. I'm very confident we have it, but we've been caught unawares. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I will definitely come back with questions, but may I ask, since the problem, as we speak, persists, as we speak, the farmers there are getting discouraged by day, and as we speak, they harvest and they don't know where to send them. And then as a result, prices and giveaways are becoming the order of the day. Problem of prices. So is it possible to ask some of your agencies that are helping to create some local market, say in Accra, some arrangement? I can come to your office, meet with some of your folks, see how we can create a possible area for them so that we can help transport some of the produce to Accra, and then they will not be disturbed while they are selling. Is it possible we can come into some form of agreement with yourself, helping to make sure that happens?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm truly impressed with the concern that the member is showing for farmers in Dong. And from here, I'm going to request the District Director of Agriculture to investigate the issues that you have, especially on the marketing, and then we'll see what we can do to assist. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 750. Honorable Member for Suhum. Beja Asante. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I have the permission of the Honorable Member for Suhum to ask a question on his behalf. To ask the Minister for Food and Agriculture how farmers in the Suhum constituency will benefit from the Planting for Food and Jobs program under the ministry.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the primary objective of Planting for Food and Jobs campaign is to ensure food availability in the country at all times to guarantee sustainable national food security. By design, the campaign also aims at providing job opportunities for the teeming unemployed youth, enhance and secure farmer incomes, as well as support Ghana's industrialization plan. Towards these objectives, the PFJ has in the past 5 years promoted the cultivation of staples such as maize, rice, soya, sorghum, groundnut, and cowpea. The program also offers support to vegetable farmers engaged in the cultivation of tomato, onion, pepper, carrot, lettuce, cabbage, and cucumber. The enrollment of over 1.5 million farmers onto the program since its launch in April 2017 attests to the overwhelming success and high interest of farmers throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, it is important to emphasize that participation in the PFJ program is open to all farmers in the country. Modalities for participation starts with registration at the offices of the district departments of agriculture located at the farmer's place of residence. Once registered, a farmer is eligible to procure subsidized seeds and fertilizers at subsidized rates as high as 50%. Full payment for the fertilizer is required to benefit from the program. Under the 2021 PFJ program campaign, 120,000 metric tons of improved seeds, 900 sachets, that's 100 grams each, of vegetable seeds, 210 metric tons of inorganic fertilizers, and 960 liters of organic fertilizers were accessed by 2,161 farmers in 57 farming communities in the Suhum constituency. Some of these communities are Abenabo, Abisim, Abu Abu Zongo, Achiansa, Adakwa, Edidiso, and Edimadim. Others are Ajapoma, Ajobo, Akotos, or something, Akrabo, Akote Ali, Apietu, Esikem, and Boho. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any follow-up question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the Honourable Minister may divert his mind to the last sentence of the first paragraph of his answer. Is it possible for him to extract the beneficiaries of the planting for food and jobs, which he claims is, the number is 1.5 million? I want to ask the minister if he could avert his mind to the last sentence of the first paragraph of his answer. That the 1.5 million beneficiaries, just for the purposes of the people in Suhum, are you able to let us know those in Suhum who have benefited from the planting for food and jobs?
Benefited at Suhum would require that you ask that specifically. So ask another question, please.
Well, I think that would be all, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Question number 810, Honourable Member for Binduri, Abudullah Abanga. The Honourable Member for Binduri. Very well. I direct that the answer provided by the Minister be recorded in the Hansard with satisfaction. So, Honourable Minister, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. May the Honourable Minister for Roads and Highways take his seat, please. All right, now question number 499, in the name of the Honourable Member for Krowa, Meshach Adjetey. Very well, I direct that the answers as provided by the Minister be published in the Hansard. Question number 500, the same Honourable Member for Krowa. I also direct that the answer provided by the Minister be published in the Hansard. 502, Honourable Member for Memphis Central, Yaokwachi Aka. Very well, the answers as provided by the Minister will be published in the Hansard. 503, also in the name of the same member for Memphis Central, the answer will be published in the Hansard. Number 644, Honourable Member for Agbotime. Yes?
Initiation from Honorable Namumo to ask the question on behalf.
No, we've gone past that. We'll come back. There's a turn of 644. But for Agbotimes, very well. The answer as provided by the minister will be published. The same applies to 645. Now, question number 770. Honourable member for Akan. Mr. Yagomado.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when work will be started on the following areas in the KJB district since the Federal Roads Department have completed the survey and mapping. Do the Papasi to Dodo Pepesu, Dodo Amam from to Dapa Junction, Asatu to Wawasu, and IV, Koton Kwanta to Titiaka, and Koton Kwanta to Sabram. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yeah, the question has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Dodi Papasi to Dodi Pepesu is an 18.1 kilometer engineered feeder road in the KJB district of the Oti region. An 11.6 kilometer section of the road is sealed but has become very, while the remaining 6.5 kilometers is gravel in fair condition. There is no program on the road currently, Mr. Speaker. However, engineering design studies and condition survey have been conducted on the road, and estimates will be submitted to COCOBO by the end of the second quarter of 2022 for their consideration. Dodo Amamkrom to Dapa Junction. Mr. Speaker, this is a 3.4 kilometer engineered feeder road located in the KJB district of the Oti region. It is a bituminous surface road in fair condition, and there is no program on the road currently. Mr. Speaker, engineering design and condition survey have been conducted on the road, and estimates will be submitted to COCOBOD by the end of the second quarter of 2022 for their consideration. Asato to Wawasu Road, Mr. Speaker, this is a 14 kilometer engineered feeder road and located in the KJB district of the Oti region. It is a gravel road in fair condition, and currently there is no program on the road. However, engineering design studies and condition survey have been conducted on the road, and estimates will be submitted to COCOBOD by the end of the second quarter 2022 for their consideration. Koto Nkwatia to Titiaka Road. Mr. Speaker, this is a 3.5 kilometer partially engineered feeder road and located in the KJB district of the Oti region. Leads to cocoa farming communities, and the surface condition is poor. Currently, there is no program on the road. Mr. Speaker, engineering design studies and condition survey have been conducted on the road, and estimates again will be submitted to COCOBOD by the end of the second quarter of 2022 for their consideration. Koton Kwanta to Sabram Road, Mr. Speaker. This is a 3.2 kilometer engineered feeder road in the KGB district. The road surface condition is fair. The road leads to a cocoa farming community. There is no program on the road currently. Engineering design studies, Mr. Speaker, and condition survey have been conducted on the road, and the estimates will be submitted to Cocoa Board by the end of the second quarter of 2022 for their consideration. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable member. Mr. Speaker, thank you, and I would like to thank the Minister for his response. I would like to ask if there is a way of considering by the Cocoa Board, as stated in his response, to fast track the work, since the nature of the roads have deteriorated, that have been compared to higher grader to reshape partly the roads, as is claimed that it's fairly or they are in fairly condition, was done by myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for his response. I would like to ask if there is any way this consideration by the Cocoa Board stated in his response could be fast-tracked, since the nature of the roads have deteriorated that have been compared to higher grader to reshape parts of the road to make it temporarily motorable due to several accidents and loss of lives on the roads. Farmers are unable to commute their produce to the various markets as well. Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will do my best to do exactly that. Since the road is deteriorating and continue to deteriorate, it is important that Cocoa Board brings it to its maintenance program. So I would ensure that this is done until the date that a contractor is properly procured and put on the road to work on the road. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have no more questions for the Minister.
No, this is a constituency-specific question, so we'll restrict ourselves to. Sorry? You're rising on a different issue.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, please. Rising on a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on order 48.2. Cognizance of Article 102 of the 1992 Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 102 says that Parliament a quorum of Parliament apart from the person presiding shall be 1/3 of the members of Parliament. And 48.2 says that if at the time of sitting a member takes notice or objection that there are present in the House besides the person presiding less than 1/3 of the number of all the members of Parliament, and after an interval of 10 minutes a quorum is not present, the person presiding shall adjourn the House without question put until the next sitting day. Mr. Speaker, based on these provisions, I invite you to adjourn sittings, considering the number, or to go through the process of adjourning the sitting for today, considering the number present for business as we speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, what were you also on your feet for?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had a question, 502 and 503. I just got to the bathroom to prepare myself very well. to be able to bombard the Minister for roads. Unfortunately, when I came, the two people previously before me were not around, so I missed my question. Could you please give me the opportunity to bombard the Minister? Thank you.
I'm afraid you've lost your chance. I've directed that the answer as provided by the Minister be published in the answer. So you only lose the opportunity to ask follow-up questions, but the answer will be published in the answer.
Mr. Speaker, please, for the whole of the sitting, I've not had opportunity, so I would oblige you to just give me this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm afraid you lost it because all the first 6 members who are not present, they suffered the same fate. I won't reverse it, I'm afraid. Now, there's a motion before me that the House be adjourned because there are not sufficient members.
Mr. Speaker.
I'm directing that the bell be rung while proceedings continue. After the period, we'll check whether we don't have the numbers to continue. Yes, Honourable Member Fakan had concluded, is that right? Very well, so I'll proceed with question number 1006. The Honourable Member for Zabzugu, John Jabbar Benan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highways when the road from Nakale through Ma to Fina Yili Chicha will be reshaped and gravel.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Napali, Tuma, Finayiri to Chichahari Road, 10.9 kilometer feeder road, located in the Zabzugu district of the Northern region. It is a partially engineered road in poor condition. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there is no upgrading program on the road. Mr. Speaker, engineering design studies and conditions survey have been carried out on the road for rehabilitation. The intervention will be considered under the 2023 budget. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I please know from the Minister when the engineering designs and studies were done?
Yes, Honourable Minister, it says, when was the engineering design done?
Sorry. Right, Honourable Speaker, I am asking the Minister when the engineering design studies and condition survey was done.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I'll tell you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot give the exact period that it was done, but the fact is that it has been done, and once it's done, we are awaiting the time for publication and the initiation of procurement. That is why I said that it would form part of 2023 budget. So, and once it's going to form part of 2023 budget, certainly the studies were not done last year. So it might have been completed perhaps between January and February. But I can assure the honourable member that
it is done, and it can only form part of next year's budget for implementation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I am very much aware when this was done. Fortunately, at the time it was done, I was the regional deputy minister in the northern region, and that was the year 2020. Specifically, they finished all these things in July 2020. And my worry is that since July 2020, these things were done. Up to now, the place is still left that way. Unfortunately, last year, August, the 2 culverts on that road was washed away. We have children coming from Fina, Yili, and Ma, who come across those culverts to Napali to attend school. Farmers and market women can no longer go. So I'm just going to appeal, or I am appealing to the minister, if a quick intervention can be done, purposely, if they can replace the culvert and leave the other part of the road, so that rainy season, people along that road can have access to the market centers. The school children who use that road to Napali in and out can also go to school. It's an appeal I'm making to the minister. I want to know if that is possible. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, we want to say anything to his appeal.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a fair appeal. I think the resume of all that he's saying is to ensure that we bring it under our ongoing maintenance activities. So until such a time that, as I've said, in 2023, when we properly procure the road, I think that appeal is fair and it will be taken on board. We shall try to work on the road, at least to make it more travel for the period. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any more? You have one more opportunity.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. But I just want to plead with the minister that the request should be done before August 2022, because the rain season starts from the northern region from August. And my worry is access.
Honorable, this one, when he leaves here, you follow him with it.
Yes, Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable, question number 1. Honorable Member for Santiachim North and the appeal Kubi. Honorable and the appeal Kubi, question number 1007.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Highway what plans are underway to address the increasing congestion in some sections of the Accra-Kumasi Road Highway, particularly the Enyinem and Konmo, and how soon any plans outlined will be executed.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Accra-Kumasi Highway forms an integral part of the National Road 6, that's known as N6, Mr. Speaker, it is the central corridor of the country. It is a strategic road which serves as a major route for transit vehicles to the northern part of the country and neighboring countries. It connects Accra, Suhum, Bunso, Osino, Enyiresi, Nkoko, Konongo, Ejiso, Kumasi, etc. Mr. Speaker, the Accra, Sanwem, Kwafu, Kroma, Pidra, and Ejiso Kumasi sections have been dualized. However, the section between Apega and Egiso is a carriageway. The long-term strategic plan is to dualize the entire Accra-Kumasi highway, the N6, to facilitate efficient transportation, accessibility, reduction in travel time, among other benefits. Mr. Speaker, in the interim, plans are far advanced to address the high traffic congestion and safety challenges at the Osino, Enyiresi, and Konongo locations on the road corridor. Currently, Mr. Speaker, procurement for work contract for the construction of 4 bypasses, that's dualization at Osino, Enyiresi, and Konongo, is ongoing. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Any follow-up questions?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the answer to the question, which is very elaborate. Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister to explain to us how we are going to manage the transition. For now, there's so much congestion, particularly at the junction of the road at Konongo. There's so much congestion there. Is there any interim measure before the construction of the road?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the occasional congestion at these sessions obviously are worrying for all those the road. It's worrying because, as I indicated in my answer, that is the central corridor of our road network. And the central corridor starts from Accra all the way to Paga. And it is the busiest corridor of all the corridor roads in Ghana. So the only solution, it might be in the short term, I wouldn't say the long term, since we are currently addressing the problem, is the dualization. But until that time, we have been working closely with the Ghana Police Service. So those who use that road will attest to the fact that anytime the traffic goes up, there is full police presence to deal with the problem. I may use, Mr. Speaker, this opportunity to advise all road users, all drivers, also to maintain high level of discipline so that we get smooth flow of traffic on this stretch of the road. But I want to assure the country that the government is working very, very fast to address this problem. And contractors, as many as 8 contractors have been decided on, and these are among the first 10 top contractors to work on the dualization program, giving each contractor, each side of the dualized. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful to the Minister. Mr. Speaker, the bridge before Konongo, referred to as Akrantie Bridge. I'm sure that the ministry is aware that the bridge is not in good condition. What are plans to rehabilitate that one before this overpass beyond Congo is done? Are there any plans for now?
Yes, Honorable Minister. Is there anything here? Kindly repeat the question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about the bridge before you enter Congo Township. It is not in good condition.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, it is true that there are two spots that have that kind of problem. And I believe he himself will testify since he uses the road a lot. And even the honorable member for Konongo is here, and I believe he is aware, Honorable Eyimadu, that we have appointed a contractor to deal with that problem because the problem there is eating into the road, and we are working very fast in order not to allow any wash away of the road, which will be very critical in the road network because of the central nature of the road. Otherwise, between south and the north, the road will be cut off, and we will not allow that to happen. And there is a contractor, and I can mention the name of the contractor, High Brains, who has been procured to work on that stretch of the road. And at Konongo, if it may interest you to know, we are doing a bypass of the town. So the proposed dualization of the road is outside Konongo. It's not passing through the town, as we have at Nkoko and Nsawem. It's a bypass. But at the same time, because of connectivity to the Konongo road, we shall maintain that road to make sure that it's more trouble to drivers. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the last question on this road. I want to commend the Minister for progress so far on the alternative road from that passes through Bompata to Gansa from Asankari, which provides an alternative to the Kumasi Highway. I want to ask the Minister when works will be completed on that stretch of the road.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, once you have raised the option, the thing is in my bosom. Don't worry, I'll attend to it.
Mr. Speaker, I understand it's in your bosom, but it's Mr. Speaker, what kind of thing is this? No, what kind of thing? Mr. Speaker, our standing orders gives the duration within which
I've not given you the floor, so kindly take your seat. I will attend to that. And can you offer your answer?
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that
that is not really a follow-up question. I think it's a substantive question that he's asking because it didn't form part of the main question he asked. So if he comes up with it,
Thank you for. I was not paying attention. Yes, you have a follow-up question on that.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Honourable Minister mentions that as part of the plans to ease the congestion on the Konongo Road, they plan to do a bypass around Konongo. I would want to know when or how soon this project would commence. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bypass I spoke about is not a temporary measure. It's not to deal with the congestion, which is in currency. It's not a temporary measure. It's part of the Accra-Kumasi dualization. So it's a permanent thing. But once it's done, it will have solved the ongoing congestion problem. But because of the importance and the need to solve that problem, to relieve the motoring public of inconveniences and difficulties, the government has identified these 4 places that experience periodic congestion. That is the Konongo area, NJC area, Enyem area, and Osino area. So all these bypasses are not necessary to deal with the occasional congestion that we experience, but they form part of the master plan of the Accra-Kumasi dualization. So we are going to construct these roads. We have almost come to the end of the procurement processes, and government of Ghana is going to fund it. So that's why I said that 8 top leading contractors of our country with the right capacity have been selected, and any moment from now, we are only working with the Ministry of Finance for the commencement letter, and that is a necessary prerequisite for the contractors to start work. And if we get the commencement letters by the end of the month, you can be sure that in April, sites will be handed over to these selected contractors to start work. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I planned that road very well. I've listened to the Honourable Minister's answer, both short and long-term measures to dualize the Accra-Kumasi stretch. But Mr. Speaker, if you want to fight the congestion on that stretch, one of the major causes is these container trucks and the Atlota trucks that cut the road, as a result of which the Kumasi Inland Port commencement work was began on it. Conspicuously missing in your answer is making mention of the Kumasi Inland Port and your ministerial engagement with the Minister for Transport and Railways as to how we can have the Central Corridor railway lines, so that the container and the Atlota trucks will leave whether dualized or single carriage road for the small vehicular traffic, so that it will help minimize road accidents and that kind of things. Do you consider engaging your 2 other colleagues as to how to fast-track measures on making sure that the Kumasi Inland Port materialize so that you'll be able to save lives on the Kumasi-Accra Lower Corridor.
Honorable Minister, I wonder how this is a follow-up question, but I see you nodding your head. You may be interested in saying something to it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I must honestly say that it's quite a fair question, and I want to assure the honourable leader that what he's talking about is something which is already ongoing, and you know that under the current administration, a lot has been done, to bring to fruition the inland port project, which was started during President Akufo-Addo's first term in earnest under Honorable Joe Gatti, which is being continued, with all seriousness by the current Minister for Railways. And there is an interministerial cooperation in such developments under President Akufo-Addo's administration. And my good self, my colleague Minister for Transport and Minister for Railways, we have been working together. And it is an important point that you made, that if we complete this project and we enforce with the help of the police the habit of not allowing transporters, particularly the heavy duty drivers, not parking by it will go a long way to decongest the route and to bring about safety. So we are working on that, and it will be pursued. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, I'll proceed. Question 1008. Honourable Member for Tonon, Habib.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Roads and Railway the extent of progress on the Tamale interchange and when it is expected to be completed, given the increasing inconvenience the construction is causing to the road users. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a result of the bilateral economic relationship between Ghana and its neighboring countries up north, Tamale has become an economic hub within the sub-region and a transit point for commuters, making business trips between the southern part of Ghana and the neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, increase in traffic growth pattern over recent times has contributed to congestion in the central business district. The completion of this project, Mr. Speaker, would segregate arterial traffic from the local ones. This would improve travel time and enhance reasonable safety within the central business district of Tamale as required. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the project commencement date was December 2019 and expected to be completed in June 2022. The works are expected to be completed by March 2022. Mr. Speaker, overall physical completion stands at 99%. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just last week or so, the Member of Parliament for Tamale South, the Minority Leader, Honourable
Mr. Speaker, I think that it's important that we respect.
Honorable, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, you do not have unfettered discretion. Is not. But you do not ignore it.
Honourable members, I'll make it clear. The standing order gives me powers. Members who disrespect the rules, I will refuse to recognize them. If you disrespect the rules, I will refuse to recognize you on your feet. That is the privilege I have.
Just as you have been directed by the standing orders and the code, I have in no way, Mr. Speaker, disrespected the rule. You have
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr.
Speaker, I challenge that you show me how I have disrespected the rules. I have in no. I have gone by the rule and I raised the motion and that motion has been.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to refer you to Order 5. I want to refer you to Order 5.
Honourable members, kindly resume your seat. Order, please. Order. Honourable members, this standing orders gives the power to the Speaker to even suspend the standing orders where he considers it necessary. I direct it to count and give me figures. When I have the figures, I'll take a decision. But I'll not be bamboozled by a member standing and hijacking the other and talking into the mic. Honorable, please continue.
Mr. Speaker, just last week, the minority leader on his feet. Yes. Mr. Speaker, last week the minority leader made a statement with regards to the Tamale interchange. And part of what he said, and I quote, that we are particularly concerned about the low space of work, the quality of work, the structural problem associated with work, vis-a-vis the $46 million which was approved for the project. I want to find out from the minister if the ministry is satisfied with the space of work and the quality of work at the Tamale interchange.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated in my answer, if anybody says that the work on Tamale interchange has delayed, then the person doesn't know what he's talking about. Mr. Speaker, the project was started in 2019 for 36 months, and the project was scheduled to be completed in 2022 July. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, the project is 99% complete and is scheduled for commissioning before the end of April. So the project is being completed even even ahead of schedule. No, the project is being completed even ahead of schedule, and the quality of work is very consistent with the specification of the Ministry of Roads and Highways. There is a rare consultant attached to the project, and what was seen on the project as cracks, Mr. Speaker, are the technical expansion joints, which are the last to be fixed before commissioning of the project. So, Mr. Speaker, the project has been on course. It is being finished and completed even ahead of schedule, and the project's integrity and its quality are all consistent with the specification of the project. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister if he will welcome a structural audit on the Tamale interchange.
Honorable Minister, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, structural audit on the project is completely out of the question and is not necessary at all because there's no need for it. I thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister. Only to add that Mr. Speaker, I don't have further question, and I thank the Minister for the clarity on the Tamale interchange. Rather unfortunate that we are talking about Tamale interchange, and the Member of Parliament for Tamale North is not interested in that, but rather is disrupting proceedings.
Oh, no.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, with deference to the chair, that question that the Member of Parliament for Tamale Central is not interested in Tamale interchange, I wish to make appeal to my colleague on the leadership to withdraw that portion of the statement, because, Mr. Speaker, I'm doing this because the Member of Parliament for Tamale North, together with the leader of the minority, had a press conference on this Tamale interchange, and we all know, and you yourself, you said that. So to say that on the floor of the House, and later, within 5 minutes, to conclude to say that they are not interested, Mr. Speaker, is highly not only contradictory, but unfair. But I think that portion is an affront to our rules and our standing orders, and must be expunged from the orders.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, if that part of the statement didn't go down well with my colleagues, I sincerely withdraw it.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member of Tamale South, Honorable Sohini, Tamale North, Honorable Sohini, raised a forum issue. The moment he raised the first one, Honorable Eugene used a language which is not allowed in this chamber. That what type of foolishness is that? And when he was about to leave they were hooting at him. Mr. Speaker, it's not fair. They should withdraw it, and so that we move on, because we don't form a quorum. Frankly speaking, we don't form a quorum. So if we are not going to work with it, then they should withdraw those ones and stop those hooting. Why should you hoot when somebody is a legitimate issue?
Honorable Member for Mampong, can you resume your seat? Yes, please resume your seat. I'll come to you. Yes, sorry, I didn't hear the concluding part.
Speaker, I'm saying when Honorable Sohini raised the quorum issue, Honorable Eugene used a language that what type of foolishness is that? Then later, when he was about to leave, he was hooting, they were hooting at him. Mr. Speaker, is he not saying the truth that we don't form a quorum to do business in this house? So if he is leaving, why should they hoot at him? It's not fair.
Honorable Member, anything that is said into the mic, to my hearing, I'll rule on it. As for comments outside, there are no matters that are before me on which I'll rule. If there was any such thing into the mic, it will be part of the record and I'll rule on it. But comments outside, I pretend not to hear them even if I do. That is how the business of the House is done. Yes, Leader. Honourable members, at least myself and Deputy Whip, we've been in this House, this is our fourth thing. We know private business is actually business of members. It's a business of individual members. It's an opportunity for members to bring to the fore issues relating to their specific constituencies. So if we raise quorum at that time, yes, we can always bring proceedings to a close, but it's actually the members who are affected. When it is government business, it's another matter. But when it is private business, member statements, question times, those are not times that we often raise issues. And my friend will bear me out. And most of the time, when the speakers are the time, if it is private business, they overlook quorum. If members want us to bring proceedings to a close, well, I'm bound by it. But remember, all the questions, it is private member business, members who have brought the minister here so that concerns regarding their constituencies could be heard. If you insist, I'll bring proceedings to a close. But otherwise, I thought that this is the opportunity for members to have the matters relating to their specific constituencies heard. Yes, Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. And thank you for referring members to history. I have learned to be very principled in this House. And I'm happy you've raised it. When I came here, colleagues, if you bear me out, I took the other paper. I went round to every colleague who has a question on the other paper and notified them, you have a question to ask. So, Mr. Speaker, when you were mentioning names and some members were not here, that's why I didn't make application to you to give any consideration. Because I'm a deputy whip. I've taken the other paper. I've gone around, I've come to your table. And I've told you, colleague, you have a question. So make sure you sit to ask your question. So when the time comes and speaker mentions your name and you are not there, as a leader, when you come later on, I cannot be making application that let's reconsider and go back. Mr. Speaker, you were very fair on that. Then secondly, this statement you just said, I told my colleague, Honorable Swina, this is private business. And I call Honorable Nilante, he's a senior member. Go to my brother Suhini and tell him that this is a private business. So to attack me that I'm sitting here and I'm not raising the quorum. Mr. Speaker, to be fair, private business is a private business. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, we should help you to maintain order in the House. When Honorable Mutala raised quorum, and Mr. Speaker, you implemented it. Today, look at the attendance. It's very encouraging. Even though we are still not up to 91. But because you based on the quorum that was raised by Honorable Mutala and suspended the House, the message went fair. And today, those who were not even here have come. So if today, Honorable Suhini raised it, by using the Constitution I have been here as a senior. When you raise quorum using the standing orders, sometimes speakers use their discretion. But when you raise the constitution, like he quoted Article 102, the speaker, I know very well that if once he raised it, I needed not to come as a leader to be making any comment, because the speaker himself is a lawyer. And Mr. Speaker has said to me that when you raise the constitution, he has no discretion. The speaker, you have made me aware of that before. So that is why I was quiet, and I wanted my brother to also to be quiet. I know after your 10 minutes, you will do the needful. So Mr. Speaker, you are right. If it is private business, they are businesses of members. When we come to public business, that's where we take decisions. And when we don't have the numbers to take decisions, the speaker goes and implement that one. So I've done the needful, you also done the needful. Mr. Speaker, to bring peace, I think leadership have a job to be done. Because there's no smoke without fire. So I want to end my case here, but I'll plead with you to take into consideration the rules of procedure, the constitutional provision, and all those things. And let's do what we are supposed to do. So that when we adjourn, the leadership on both sides will go and do whatever we have to do. It's the beauty of with the whips. Your speakers don't whip. And if there is unfinished bill, we've not been able to engage, then we can, members will definitely be raising quorum and this thing. And the speaker, like you said, every quorum has an issue. But once we are able to consult and engage well, even at consideration 20 people are able to do business in this house. It's a matter of understanding. So Mr. Speaker, I end my case here, but I plead with you. We are ready to support you to maintain order. But let's apply the rules like I said. Don't say I will ignore this thing. Once we begin to say because you didn't recognize me, I also disrecognize you, he will go, another person will stop. Mr. Speaker, for these 4 years, we must work together. That's what Ghanaians have chosen. So please and please, let's apply the rules. It's Article 102 that was quoted. If because of that, you do the needful, and for us to adjourn the House and we can go and engage, then start very well next week. Mr. Speaker, I think it will help the House. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Honourable Speaker, I'm elated that coming from my colleague here, we should mind what we are doing. You sit in this chair as an authority. I was a bit taken aback that somebody wants to be confrontational. This business we are doing here, we are doing it for the world. And the speaker is here, and he calls you. He can even tell you, "Attach your answer now." That is order. But then you want to speak outside the mic. When they put you off the mic, with the greatest of respect, we shouldn't repeat some of these things. No matter the anger level, this is a very civilized chamber. If not, then we take our showboy mentality to the market. I don't see why anybody should try and have a confrontation with the speaker and think that is honorable. I don't see anything honorable about that. Honorable Speaker, I've also seen, with the greatest respect, that if it's you want an answer from the minister has shown respect, has come to the chamber. But for one reason or the other, you believe that, or even let me stay outside, so that somebody will raise a quorum issue. That is mischief. What is worse, I've also sat here, and we are doing winnowing. Trust me, Honorable Speaker, the winnowing we are doing, the members present, both here and outside, will not even number 20. And we proceed with lawmaking. Most of them are not interested. And go ahead with that. So I crave the indulgence of members here that we are not here to do mischief. There is nothing special about you using the issue of quorum to truncate business here. Even when the business we are trying to indulge in is the benefit of the members. Please, if it's your new ritual or tactics, let's stop. It will not help anybody. With the greater, it will not help anybody. If you don't want Parliament to work, it's your own issue. But quorum and the tactic of quorum is not going to help anybody. With all respect, it will help anybody.
Evan, can you count again and advise me? Honorable Minister, now we are going to apply the rules strictly, right? This question time is 1 hour. Is that right? Anything after 1 hour, all the answers will be published. You will not be given the opportunity to ask a question. I hope that people will insist on all that. There's a time for doing everything. We relax the rules so that members can get opportunity. Suddenly, we want to insist that strictly, we can insist on all of that. Everything that we must do is provided here. If we want to insist on that, hey, it is our own business. That's how we want to do the business, after 1 hour, you lose every opportunity. All the answers are published. You don't get any follow-up questions, if that's what we want to do. At least in the last 5 weeks or so, I've seen the biggest opportunity given to members to do private business. The highest number of questions answered ever. So that your constituents will see that your issues are brought to the fore. If we're not going to be persuasive or be permissive about that, we will go by the rules. See how it will pan out for all of us. But can you do the numbers and advise me? Anyway, honourable members, I think it's beyond 1 hour since the minister took the floor to answer questions. Am I right? The first one, question time is 1 hour. So, or any outstanding answers or questions will be published in the answer. The answers as provided will be published in the answers. Honourable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. Members, it is almost 2 o'clock, so I'll bring proceedings to a close. The House is accordingly adjourned to, well, unless the leadership have any announcements to make. Yes.
Speaker, I'll seek your indulgence. I've also engaged my colleague for us to liaise on few papers. Page 5. Presentation of papers for us to take these items on page 5, Speaker.
Take what?
Laying of papers. Page 5.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
So, Speaker, it will go against your very principle. We wanted to consider us because we were within the terrain of private business. But you are doing this give a signal for us to organize ourselves next week Tuesday. Based on that, Mr. Speaker, I want you to adjourn the House. The leadership will go and engage and prepare and come back very well on Tuesday. No, let's stop it and go. It's a principal position. He has taken a principal stand. Support him. Yes, I beg you. Let's support him.
Honourable members, as I was almost 2, so I'll permit you to lay the paper and then I'll bring proceedings to a close. Yes.
Can we, if we may go on to page 5 and take item I to VII to be taken by the chair.
There's no VII on page 5. You're talking about page 7.
Speaker, certainly. VII is on page 7. So
very
from
well.
Page 5 to 7.
Very well. Honourable, the chairman of the committee, yes, you may lay the paper. Item 7. Is it?
Report of the Finance Committee on the Term Loan Facility Agreement amongst the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, Deutsche Bank AG, Frankfurt, as arranger and original lender, and TMF Global Services UK Limited as facility agent for an amount of €38,928,898 to finance the construction and equipping of 40-bed district hospitals at Ayensuano, Efijiase, and Offenso, and the completion and equipping of Old Tafo Maternity and Kumasi South Maternity blocks.
Sorry, did I get it right? Was it laying all the items under 8 or just 8 VII?
It's actually all the items under 8. Yeah. From 8I to VII on page 7.
Yeah. Didn't get it. I thought you were laying only one paper, which is 8. Very well. So VII out of it, 8 VII out of it has been laid. Is that right? You have already, right, okay. So 8I is duly laid, is for distribution to members. II.
Report of the Finance Committee on the loan agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Credit Standstill Wilberforce, the German Development Bank Group, Frankfurt Amen, for an amount of €20 million to finance the Green Credit Line under the Reform and Investment Partnership between the Government of the Republic of Ghana and the Federal Republic of Germany.
The report is duly laid, is for distribution to members. III.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, exim levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €7,156,585 on materials and equipment to be imported by Messrs. Vibuild Africa for the design and construction of selected roads in Sekondi and Takrady.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. IV.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, exim levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €30,443 on the materials and equipment for the construction of the Eastern Corridor Road, Lot 1, Tematoa-Posombo Junction, 63.6 kilometers.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. Item V. 8V.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, NHIL, exim levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €7,156,585 on materials and equipment to be procured by Vibuild Africa for the design and construction of the Power Grant Interchange and other roads in Sekondi and Takrady Township, Phase 1.
The report is duly laid, is for distribution to members. VI.
Report of the Finance Committee on the request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, get fund levy, import NHIL, exim levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €1,073,967 on materials and equipment to be imported by Messrs. Aqua Africa for the implementation of the Rural and Peri-Urban Nanofiltration Water Project in Ghana under the Rural Communities and Small Town Water Supply Project.
The report is duly laid, is for distribution to members. Item VII.
Report of the Finance Committee on the supplementary request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, NHIL, get fund levy, exim levy, special import levy, and COVID-19 levy, amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of €477,595 on addition materials and equipment required for the upgrading and enhancement of 2 technical institutes for 4 technical high schools, Phase 3, by Mercedes System Technique GmbH.
The report is duly laid for distribution to members. Honourable members, it's 2 o'clock. Unless the leadership have any announcement to make, I will bring proceedings to a close. Yes.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. It's already past 2 o'clock, so we are in your hands. But I just want to appeal to my colleagues on the other side that there's job to be done, and therefore leadership need to meet to be able to plan ahead.
Yes.
Speaker, I want to assure my colleague that we will avail ourselves duly and do the needful. The communication is clear to us, and we will do what we have to do. So I guess you can go ahead and agenda has now.
Honourable members, the House is adjourned till Tuesday, March 15th, 2022, 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
This week on Bloggers Forum.
Ghana, for we are ingrate, and that is one trait that is killing us. We are ingrates. That is our problem. Let me just say this. Davido did not need Stonebwoy to pass through to get a sold out show. His show was already sold out. Whether he gave Stonebwoy 1 minute or 2 minutes for introduction, let me tell you, there might be people in that auditorium that didn't know Stonebwoy.
They did the Activate song. Me, the first time I heard the Activate song, I said the song was trash. The first time I heard the song,
why?
I was like, then you
didn't put in place the budget as you just spoke about. How you see?
So I was like, so I didn't go all out. I didn't even go. I was like, no, I don't like the song. That was all I said.
That we are our biggest problem. Hearing at a problem was say go back.
We are here. We just keep bringing the negative things. And worst of is when you try to talk against them and they say, hey, maybe a penny, you can't talk. But you are literally bringing the younger person down.
We have voices. Let's speak the right thing to the people, because some of them are born or my boy, so we might as well teach them the right thing. That is it.
Bloggers Forum shows on GhanaWeb TV this and every Friday. there and welcome to Biztech on GhanaWeb TV with me, Na Oyokoti. Stay tuned for more business stories that made headlines during the week and an exclusive interview you wouldn't want to miss. Now, crafting any form of miniature, whether painting or sculpture, takes a lot of precision. That is why over the years, the art form, which has existed for over 2,000 years, is heavily prized by collectors worldwide. In Ghana, however, miniature art is yet to have a widespread representation. But an indigenous miniature artist is changing the narrative. He is Meshach Adjetey, CEO of Meshach Architecture. Catch up on the conversation with my colleague, Maoli Aholumega.
His idea first began when he went on an excursion and saw a number of miniature arts during that excursion. This born his idea of creating his very own miniature art, and he's doing amazingly well in them. Before I introduce my guest on this week's edition of Biztech, I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome for that break. My guest on this week's edition of Biztech is Meshach Adjetey, and he's a miniature artist. And he's going to be taking us through some of the very beautiful and amazing things that he's been creating. Meshach, welcome to Biztech. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah, yeah, very, very well. Many thanks for having us. Yeah, so you are into miniature arts. First of all, explain to us what exactly miniature art is.
In my own explanation, it's just a small form of anything, anything bigger, like as in a building. Yeah, so the small form of the building. Yeah, that's my explanation.
And how long have you been into miniature art?
Actually, I would say 3 to 4 years now.
3 to 4 years now. Okay. And how has it been as a business for you?
I wasn't more into it because I was working in the company. So yeah, when I get less time, then I do it. Yeah, so it's actually going on well.
It's actually going on well. Okay. Yeah, so I see a number of miniature arts here. I see some houses and some trees. Now let's come to the art itself. What exactly went into the idea of you creating these things?
Okay. I would say I love art and craft.
Okay.
Yes. So anything I see which is beautiful or I find it passionate. And, yes. And I went to an excursion in a place. I saw this beautiful miniature art. Yes, just crafted a small building, and I was like, oh, this thing is so beautiful. I would like to do it because I have the passion for it. So I gathered staffs and try making the same thing, which is the duplicate. Okay. So yes, I started doing it. With the help of God, I made it possible.
So you basically learned it on your own. You didn't go to any school, nothing of the sort. You just picked this up and just learned. But how was the first one that you created after you said you went to a place before you saw the miniature? How was it like? How was the process like?
How do you mean?
I mean the first miniature that you created after seeing the pictures that you said where you went initially. How was it like? How was the process creating that?
I didn't see the person creating it.
Okay.
I just took the pictures of the sample.
The miniature there, okay.
And I used the pictures in.
Okay. So you just conceptualized everything and you just started working at it. Wow. So I noticed some of your raw materials are chopsticks.
Yeah, chopsticks.
Any reason why you decided to go for chopsticks?
Yeah, because it's easier and it's just easier using it. Yes, as you can see, when I just take my cutter and I just cut it and just take a line here, then I'm going.
Okay, wow.
Yeah, so it's easier.
Yeah, so and I see some little trees or flowers or something.
Yeah.
What is that as well?
It's a decoration. Like,
okay.
Yes.
All right.
As you know, in many houses they do use, so that's what I also use.
Yeah. So I understand you've been doing this for 3 to 4 years now. Individually and personally as a business, how has it been going for you?
Like I said earlier, yes, I was working in a company, so I focus more on the company.
On the company, okay.
But when I get more time,
that's what you do.
Yeah. But it's also going on.
It's also going on well. You've been able to sell some of them.
Yeah.
So I know money is very important. So how much does one go for? Or it depends on what you create.
Yes.
Okay. So like let's say this one for instance, how much is it?
300 cities.
300 cities.
Yes,
wow. And then this the same price?
That's the same. This was the first one I did.
Okay.
Yeah, so
wow.
Yes,
okay.
This was the first one I did.
Wow.
So I just created it with my own and stuff.
Okay. Then what about the bigger one as well?
The bigger one.
I'm sure this one took a lot more time to do because
it took me 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah.
To create this.
Yes.
Wow.
Why? Because I was just starting. Like that was the first.
The first one.
Yeah,
So okay.
I didn't get more of the instrument and tools to make it easier and faster. So yes.
Okay. But along the way, you started getting them.
Yeah.
So usually, what do you use to make these things? I see some super glue and some stuff
Yes,
and all that.
that's the super glue.
Okay.
This main two things.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And a dye. Yes. So the brown stick you are seeing, they are all dye.
So you paint them as well, or it comes with the sticks that you?
No, I painted them.
Okay. Yeah. So you said you've been doing this for about 3 to 4 years now. Where do you want to take this in terms of? Because virtually you are like an architect in your own way. Do you have any plans of venturing into architecture?
Yeah, actually I have.
Okay.
I have plans.
Yeah.
Now, what I can do is just build with something, but I don't have the knowledge or I would say the knowledge to maybe draw a plan or something. So I was thinking of going to a course then doing a 3D.
A 3D design.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Speaking of which, this is part of our show is business and technology and stuff. And since you said you want to start learning about 3D and all of that, how best do you think the 3D can help you, conceptualize all these amazing concepts that you have, and then bring it into these larger miniatures out there?
Okay. The 3D will help me like go into more of the architecture. Yes. And I can this one there I can also use it like just decorating. I can do some for you. You can use it in your living room or yes. So
okay. Yeah. I mean, for me, this is my first time seeing something like this. Are we going to be seeing most of these things on the market anytime soon?
Yeah.
How soon? How soon do you want it? I know you have your own plans.
I don't know, but actually, I do my marketing most on WhatsApp.
Okay.
Yeah, the friends on my.
So you use the social media.
Yes.
Okay.
So I just when I do that, send it to my friends, and they post it, then so it gets customers.
Yeah. So hopefully in the future you are looking to build a proper team where this is your main focus, or maybe you have any other plans. What about you personally? Do you have any plans for future, or this is what you want to do?
Yeah, this is actually what I want to do.
Okay. Yeah. And how long do you want to do this? How long do you want to do this? Or how long do you see yourself doing this?
I mean, I don't have the strength and,
you don't have the
strength. And the ability to do it anymore. So I think I'll do it.
So briefly, I know you made mention behind the scenes about your twin brother.
Yeah.
Does he also do the same thing that you do?
No.
Okay, but he helps you out?
Yeah.
Okay. And I saw some of your family members here as well. They're very supportive of what you do? Okay. All right. That's cool. Yeah, so let me take a quick break and then we'll come back and then you teach me how you start the whole process of the miniature. Yes, I was speaking with Meshach Adjetey and he's my guest on this week's edition of Biztech. He's been taking me through his miniature artist work, which are very amazing. I'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome up on a break on Biztech. Meshach Adjetey is my guest on this week's edition, and he's a miniature artist, and he's been creating some really, really amazing miniature art. And he's going to take us through exactly how he creates these miniature art. Meshach, Charlie, thank you very much. Welcome up on a break. It was a really nice conversation I was having with you, having to understand why you're doing what you're doing. Now, we want to see exactly how you undertake the whole process. So, what's step one before we see the complete miniature?
Okay, so step one, I cut this board.
Okay.
Yeah, so from here to here is 15.
Okay.
From here to here is 12.
So you measure everything
Yes,
as well.
measure
Okay.
everything. Then I just simplify it for a smooth surface.
Okay.
Yes. Then I just lay down the this stand. This stands.
Okay.
So like I could get straight.
So that's like the foundation
Yes.
of the entire thing. Okay.
So then I go on with this. So I usually cut everything.
Okay.
So immediately I start, then I just be joining everything. So I join this and this, and the gates, and you see, then the windows.
Okay.
Then it becomes one piece. And I just place it here.
Okay.
Then the same goes to here.
Okay.
Yes. Then I just join them. Then it become one piece.
Okay.
And I just place it there. The same goes to here and the other side.
Okay.
Yeah. So then it comes to the things inside.
Okay. So basically, you work from just this one board. Yeah. Okay. So you draw the lines, you do all the measurements and everything. So once you lay the foundation, that's when then the design inside. Because I see, like you have a sink and some TV and some all kinds of things. So, first of all, where do you get these raw materials from?
It's actually funny because I sometimes take some of the things from my mom's jewelry. Stuff.
Okay. So you've been stealing your mom's. You've been stealing some of the mom's jewelry to do it. Okay, that's amazing. Yeah. So once you get these resources, that's when your artistic expression comes in.
Yes.
Then you begin to fix them. Because you virtually built this like an entire home somebody walks in. The only thing that's missing here is probably a car. Are you looking to build some cars along the way?
Actually, this whole flat has a car.
Really?
Yes, that's a car.
Wow.
That's a car.
Interesting. So it makes the entire thing complete.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. This is really amazing. So in a day, how many of these are you able to make in a day?
I can't
exactly
tell whether it's a day because it's very stressful and you need a lot of
concentration.
Thinking.
Okay.
Concentration.
Right.
So when I feel like if I'm doing something and I feel like I'm feeling dizzy or something, I just relax and go outside and go and then I come back and continue.
Usually, when you're from the beginning to the end, how many hours does it take for you to complete? Or days?
I would say 3 days.
3 days to finish one completely. Okay. All right.
3 days.
Amazing.
Normally, when I started first, I used 1 week.
1 week.
Yeah, because I was beginning to get the idea of everything.
Okay. All right. So Meshach, you've been really telling me exactly why you're doing what you're doing. But personally, I want to finally, before we go, where do you want to see this form of art that you are? Because this is very rare. I've not seen a lot of people do this. You personally, where do you want to see this go for you?
Personally,
and as a business as well.
I wanna go far.
How far do you want to go? Tell me how far you want to go.
Okay.
I mean, do you want an architecture company to come for you and you start working for them? I just want to know where your plans are.
Okay.
Because this is amazing.
Yeah. Okay, personally, I want to start my own business. I create my own, maybe an institution to train people to use their own ideas to create their own
miniature. Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay. Any final words you want to share with us? I mean, any final words? I mean, you can give shout outs to all your people.
Okay. So, to my people out there. When you know you have any talent at all and you are maybe feeling shy or you think you won't get a chance to go far, just rely on God, and God will help you with everything you do. Trust me.
There you have it, Meshach. Thank you very much. There you have it. I've been speaking with Meshach Adjetey, and he is a miniature artist. He's been creating some very amazing miniature art, all from the scratch, and he uses chopsticks and then cardboards as well. And he's been my guest on this week's edition of Biztech on GhanaWeb TV. Many thanks for watching. My name is Mahogany. I have Megan.
That was an insightful interview. Thank you, Maoli. Up next is Biz Headlines. To our very first story, which is on the cedi depreciation, the local currency has again suffered a worrying state of depreciation in just a week into March. According to the portal, the rate of the cedi's depreciation against the US dollar doubled to 14.21% in the first week of March since the start of 2022. This comes after the local currency earlier recorded a 7.60% depreciation at the end of February this year. The current fall in the value of the cedi has, however, ranked it as the worst performing currency in Africa according to a 15-nation ranking. Market analysts have, however, attributed the cedi's decline to some risk factors associated with Ghana's economy. These include high interest payments, revenue generation constraints, among others. So on Ghana's economic situation, the World Bank has admonished the government of Ghana to remain transparent with citizens on the country's current economic situation. According to the country director of the World Bank for Ghana, Pierre Laporte predicts Ghana will face a tough time in its bid towards restoring macroeconomic sustainability. Is it a really serious situation? Well, the numbers speak for themselves. The situation is very serious. At the World Bank, we have not hidden the fact when we've held discussions with government officials and even the head of state that Ghana faces a very tough road ahead to restore macro sustainability. Yes, COVID-19 has not helped, but even before COVID, there were signs that the situations were getting a little bit challenging. So the key thing is to be transparent with the people. This is according to Pierre Laporte. The Ghana Statistical Service has announced that the rate of inflation for February 2022 has increased to 15.7% from a previous 13.9% in January. The 15.7% recorded in February indicates a 1.8% increase from January this year, showing that prices are increasing sharply within a short period. Addressing journalists, government statistician Samuel Kobena-Enim stated that this is the second highest inflation rate recorded since the rebasing of the CPI and inflation in August 2019. The highest was recorded during the COVID-19 period between the months of March and April 2020, when the variation was 2.8 percentage points. Housing, water, electricity, gas, and other fuels recorded the largest prices increase in February of to 5.1%. Now on cryptocurrency trading in Ghana, the central bank has cautioned the general public against an impending launch of a cryptocurrency named Freedom Coin. According to a statement on March 9, Freedom Coin has not been approved by the Bank of Ghana to operate in the banking and payment sector. According to the bank, the public is hereby cautioned that neither this cryptocurrency nor the promoting company has approval from the central bank to operate in the banking sector. In line with a notice issued on January 22, 2018, which can be found on the Bank of Ghana's website, the central bank wishes to reiterate that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin are not regulated under any laws in Ghana and are therefore not backed by any guarantees or safeguards. Now to our final story on Ghana's public debt stock. The World Bank has said Ghana's public debt stock in terms of gross domestic product may have exceeded the 80% mark. The development comes after the Bank of Ghana, in its January 2022 monetary policy report, said the country's public debt stock had reached 78.4% of GDP at the end of 2021. But the country director for the bank, Pierre Laporte, speaking at a public lecture organized by the One Ghana movement on March 7, said Ghana's public debt situation may have changed due to increased government borrowing. He said the data, as we know, is close to 80% of GDP. Probably now as we speak, it might have exceeded. That's all we have for you for this week's edition of Biztech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. On Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, we are at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching. Have a great weekend. My name is Na Oyukwoti.
On behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, myself, the Chief Director, Management and staff here at the Ministry of Information, we join the world in wishing our resilient Ghanaian women, especially our colleagues in the information sector, a happy International Women's Day. This year's celebration is under the theme Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow, and all of us at the Ministry of Information support the campaign to break the bias. Let us offer equal opportunity and support to all our women so that together we can build our beloved country, Ghana. On behalf of the Minister and our team, I wish all Ghanaian women are equal.
Former President John Dramani Mahama no so de no ato nsema ekoso FIA Supreme Court ruling at ese wo kwade beba beto dwe na ochema asa asem a esi de enwanwan ye pa na so no eheda enye ni hu sa esan so hwa anampo ochema sisi an se na judiciary no ekono ene na odi to parliament anampo mahye bedwomo nsemsam na otumo se Ghana ewo baby koye pa sense nsema ekoso no enya de asema ede no so nyina na any Facebook post na chese and your car, which most of the Parliament House building, as you want to just this answer for we na eto wase.
The past weekend saw some Ghanaian artists mounting international platforms to perform. We saw the likes of Kiddy, Kwame Eugene, Stoneboy, Sarkodie and others lifting high the flag of Ghana in the diaspora. While commending some artists, we also heard some bad news. we had the demise of DJ Rap on Independence Day. My guest and I are seated. We discuss these on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Benes Oparijan, and I'm sitting in for Abrantepa. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Cheesy Pizza has all you want, from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 97 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your way. In the middle, I have the man who is always flipping granules on Facebook and social media, Alexander Fifi Abeka. Only the same friend is that. Just say, "Edino atwache na fisha pa yehu yache." I feel money na half na mehu.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Mahu say all come through music. You've been promoting them.
We are supporting every good activity in the music industry.
So what do you do for through music?
Basically social media and publicity.
Okay. I think over the weekend we will BB.
Yeah, the women's branch. So it's to celebrate the International Women's Day and also bring the women together so that they'll be able to like make their own stand. So the whole agenda was to break the bias in the entertainment industry. Yeah.
Ekia.
Hello.
Afishapa.
I think I'm better.
Afisa say na radio pijan bebre.
Afisa say I'm the car be see her.
Amen. Ekia is with One Play Africa. Cecia, we'll go straight to whatever that is bothering you. Free your mind.
Oh, okay. Then first of all, I've been chair Ghana before. I saw your article, International Women's Day, the presenters that are bossing, and I made the list.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It feels good. Okay, so I think one of the women that has been bossing around is Stephanie Benson. And I saw that she was on TV the other day. She said she didn't wear a panty because of Bulldog. And of course, this will stir up a lot of conversations and all. I mean, I've been checking that woman out. I follow her on Instagram especially. And the way she goes about her life, anytime I see people trying to come at her for either exposing too much or for, you know, putting her life out there, I'm like, you want women to embrace themselves, but you are afraid to see the full extent to which they can embrace themselves. If you say that we are powerful, we can do whatever you want, as you said, women should make their own stand in it. If women should make their stand in it, can the people contain it? Because I spoke to Michi on an interview sometime, and she was like, it's like they keep saying that, oh, they can be creative, they're not being creative enough, those kind of things. But if they should decide to go all out, the industry cannot contain it. Even the Ghanaian society is not ready for that kind of thing. You watch Megan Thee Stallion and the way she will pull up on a stage. If a musician here in Ghana, when she will pull up like that, the performance will become nothing. But the dressing will become the discussion for probably a whole year. I feel like once you decide to say that a woman should go all out and embrace the powers that comes with them and what's not, you should be ready to really embrace it. Because if women say they are going all out, and I like the fact that Stephanie Benson, she, as a Britney, was saying, you're putting a hobby.
It's not about it's exposure.
Yeah, no, exposure on your hair.
Exposure and understanding say like you have to be yourself.
No,
honestly.
No, that's not exposure. Exposure is being places and seeing what is done, and then it informs your decision making. Here in Ghana, as I said, if they decide to go all out, we cannot contain, because the normal Ghanaian is not that exposed fortunately, social media now say I shape I drink kakra say oh these things are done. It's saying yeah can't crab and kind of the dancer. But this woman has been fortunate enough to attend approaches that at this point in time, no, you can't suppress a woman's sexuality in any way. Lizzo will go for a show. So it's the exposure, as she said. She is exposed, but because she has come in contact with different cultures around the world and she has seen it, the average woman on any number every TV will feel never know a quarter. So what's obisa because but as he said, exposure. So we took one back who say I'm 40 benches so kesi or who kissing with his uncle Tani Benny. I said, so I love her. Like she gives a different perspective to what if women want to go all wild can be like. And for me, it's fun. It's refreshing because Charlie, all these are celebrities.
Something different.
Yeah, we are posting pictures all covered up. This one, I should bikini no digina hono. Like it's nice for me. And
okay. So, any topic you want to talk about?
I literally want to talk about this whole conversation about Ghanaians not getting support from Nigerians. Who are you for Nigerians to support you? They have their own headaches they are dealing with. They are overpopulated already. Everybody wants that same position at the top. Everybody is struggling to make things happen in their own way. We don't really get to see the bad side of their news because there are people who are always finding a way to propagate the good stuff. I get time to visit certain blogs and the bashment that Nigerians, like creative arts people receive. It's not a mainstream blog, so you don't see, they don't have the numbers, but they literally give you the facts, the problems that they are facing in their industry. Ghana here, it's me truly now, so we think we are seeing the bad nuts. When you see Nigerians, it's way worse than what we are going through, but they found a way to be able to project the good thing, so as they look good to the whole world market. And see, if you want to do business in Africa, the first place we acquire Nigeria because picture now they've painted for themselves. But hey, we also have our own bits to do, so let's focus on what we can do. We also have our strength, so we focus on our strength and make it happen. If we think it is not going well, we need to learn from them. Let's learn from them and make it happen now. By force, they should support us here. It doesn't fit in any way.
Supporting us, no. You call the next segment now. You're discussing into details.
Sure.
Based on the concepts, see year over the weekend. No, the diaspora. Tilly, what person can be behind?
JDB Ambly and Bulldog like conversation emissary. I mean. I have read what JDBA said and then Bulldog's response to it. Satawale says he's the dance hall king in the whole Ghana. Why is this man ruling out Ghana and saying he's a copycat? And Ghana has Jamaican artists on it. And you one now Jamaica Kakran almost say, oh, we're dance hall king or Ghana. I mean, everybody is entitled to put a title on them that makes them feel like they have to work hard to, really be an embodiment of that title. And I don't know why, like, a music connoisseur like Ambule will try to come after Shata. I mean, say that Titi Assembly will say, way. On the other hand, I feel like Bulldog tried to rubbish the Dublé's name and his legacy or say reputation just because he has come after yours, say in the next 10 years or when Chatawale reaches the level of JW Ambule and he makes a comment about somebody and someone wants to talk down on your artist that you saw his successes that he has chalked in these years, how will he also feel? It's like it's a dream in this industry. Like if it's not you, it doesn't matter. And on the other hand too, I feel like certain things he said, like is he still an artist or those kind of things? He's an artist. JW was on Papi Kojo's project Black Star album by Kelvin Boy. This man was on it. I mean, we will decide whether what he did on it too is something we're talking about. But then he was on it. He's still an artist. You can't say that because he's not a recording artist. He's even, as I said, recent songs he's on it. Maybe he's not a recording artist, but JW, if you should give him a mic, he will show you that he's a performing artist. So we can't just knock him out like that and talk down on what he has said. And I feel like someone like Budo, for some funny reason, what he says, it doesn't hold water for me anymore, because it's like, if I can't on to me can't cry about it, but big deal no can, so it's like two-faced and way being for me.
Okay, this is the Free Your Mind segment. You have a break, but we have more. Hi guys, welcome to Vogue on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Meshach Adjetey. Rings have become an essential part of our lives. Now, if you're married or not, you can wear a ring on any of your fingers. And that is what we're going to be discussing on Vogue on Bloggers Forum today, right after this break. Welcome back. This is still Vogue on Bloggers from GhanaWeb TV. I am Meshach Adjetey. Before I went on the break, I did say we're going to be talking about rings, so let's get right into it. There are so many types of rings on the market. We have the cladder ring, the stack ring, the mood ring, and the signet ring. Now, the cladder ring is really simple. It has a heart and two hands holding the heart with a crown on the top. The crown signifies royalty, the two hands signifies friendship, and the heart signifies love. Yes, married people are allowed to wear this ring, and it faces the front. The heart and the hands faces the front once you are married. But if you're not married and you're single, you have to push it back into your hands so you do not send a wrong message out there to people and then, you know, spoil your chances. All right, anyways, so the stack rings, I think, explain themselves. Stack rings, you just stack it up on your finger one at a time. Do you get me? So one ring, two ring, three ring on one finger, or you can spread it across your fingers. The mood rings, like the one I have on my hands right here, they signify your mood and how you're feeling in a moment. All right, so if you're happy, it lights up. If you're sad, it goes dim. And there are so many different types of mood rings. We have the amber, we have green, we have yellow, so many types of mood rings. Now, the signet ring is known as the gentleman's ring. I'm sure you have seen a lot of men out there who are wearing the signet ring, mostly worn on the pinky finger. All right, it mostly carries a family crest or maybe an heirloom, like something like that around that side. It's really pretty, and I want one. It's mostly in gold, silver, you know. Anyway, here are some myths that surround rings. Yes, there are myths that surround a lot of things we do now in this age. So back in the olden days, it goes back to the Old Testament. I'm telling you, I was reading about this and I was like, hey, Old Testament, it says that if you're a young man or a young woman, do not wear any rings on your finger. It will deter you from getting a life partner. In that sense that someone might see a ring on your finger and automatically get the thought that, oh no, you are married, so they won't come toward you or anything. And moving to the spiritual aspect, it says that you automatically be married by some spirit. Hey! Asemi, spirit to marry because you are wearing ring. I don't know how that works, but yes, those are the myths, some of the myths that surround wearing rings when you are not married. Now, mine bust rough. Anyways, let's look at some ways to style rings. Now, do not forget to always keep it minimal. If you put too many rings on your finger, it just looks too much in your face, all right? So you can spread it horizontally around your fingers so, you know, you're able to work with your fingers and carry stuff with your fingers. Just keep it minimal and do it horizontal. You can stack it up on one finger, but not too much, all right? Okay, my lovely people, before I leave you, here's a fun fact about rings. The earliest rings were made by simple iron, but gold rings set with gems were fashionable by medieval days. Yes, people, ponder on that. That's it for Vogue on Bloggers Forum and GhanaWeb TV. Do not forget, minimalistic is always the best when you're stacking up rings on your fingers. I'll see you soon. Goodbye.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On Biztech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. Over the weekend, we saw some of our Ghanaian artists performing on shows in the diaspora. Kwame Eugene, Kiddy, they hosted their own show at the Indigo O2 Arena. And then Nigerian act, Davido also hosted his own show in the diaspora. There is a difference. Kwame Eugene's venue has a capacity of 2,800. Davido's venue also has a capacity of over 20,000. That has brought a lot of discussion on social media. But first of all, Zeda, haven't artists done well?
You see, there's this thing that a lot of people don't really understand when it comes to selling out tickets for shows in the diaspora. Let's talk about UK, US. Fine, I do have friends who are event organizers. When they are trying to sell the tickets to Ghanaians, they have to do personal selling. No, it's not like the Nigerians that will just go online. They'll tell you, oh, tickets are out. Then within 5 minutes, the tickets are finished. No, the Ghanaians, you literally have to. I don't know. Should I use the word beg?
Are the Ghanaians in the diaspora?
It's not easy. No, it's not about they don't support or they are not interested. Though we are not giving them enough reason to buy the tickets. So with the manner at which Kwame Eugene, they sold their tickets,
I think 2 days before.
So I saw a couple of pictures and I was like, no, this one, it wasn't just them alone. There was a collaboration. Because I saw a couple of pictures with Smade and the other day I was like, okay, so there was a collaboration in there. Because, selling tickets out there to Ghanaians for like a Ghanaian show, ain't easy, sir. You have to literally, so I'm sure they did a pre-conversation, so there was a pre-hype before the ticket sales came in, because it's not easy. But
I think even in Ghana, they've been talking about the concert for like over 2-3 months
So
now.
it's like you were pushing the hype. The hype was pushed from a point before the tickets came out. You get me? It's not easy selling out tickets, because I don't know if it's they not being interested in seeing the local acts, or they don't feel the buzz, or they don't understand how this whole thing is going. Like, I just don't get it. Honestly, I'm not on the ground there, so I don't really can pinpoint that X, Y, or Z. That is why. But honestly, I'm really happy they were able to achieve this, because 2,800. 800, there's a question mark for someone, but they've been able to do it with 2,800. So
how did you see their performance?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. And I think the minute Kwame Eugene and Kiddy announced that they were going to the O2, they announced the ticketing together. Because there are these big 3 ticketing platforms for events, especially over there. And they were on their flyers, the 3 ticketing sites. They were on their flyers. And anytime they were doing their campaign or they were talking about them. So I have them here. It's shops.com, axs.com, tickets.com. These are big. I had to go to their site to go and check and all those kind of things. So clearly, as he said, it's like they know that the Herculean tax ahead, and then they brace themselves for it, because as he said, it's difficult to do it. So then you might as well put all your aids together before you move ahead to do it. And the performance, it was good. I mean, Kwame Eugene there now, but Charlie, or the academic show, or the web doing this, and I saw one video. Yeah, Kiddy there, then no TV, landing guest, woman is but it was nice to see it. And I mean, I've seen some of the comments around there. Ghana, we are our biggest problem. Yeah, at my phone, a problem was a quiet a problem. You call wash your drain at their day. They will go back.
No, she needs to end that point, because there's a reason why she's saying that.
Why?
There's a reason why you're saying that they need to wash.
Oh yeah, we need to be washed, truthfully.
Because it's our attitude. We all like to pull ourselves down.
Management.
So I want you to continue.
Prior to the show, I mean, there's this conversation that Davido had the show before ours, and there's also the conversation that SSS Smith and Aquaba UK worked together to put, and it was so shocking to see industry people talk about the fact that it seemed as though it was a setup to put Kwame Eugene and Kidi after Davido in hopes that Ghanaians will fail. And then there's this conversation that who will show up for Davido and show up for Kwame Eugene and Kidi. I mean, who are they? Look at this kind of thing.
Showing up for Davido and Kwame Eugene.
Yes.
We saw the support from our Ghanaian parts. Sarkodie was there. Kwamna was there. Stoneboy was there.
And they didn't even use them to advertise
exactly.
the show.
So whoever came there, you see, that was a brilliant move. Whoever informed that decision did, because if they had put a Sarkodie, a Stoneboy, a Patoranking, Mayokun, the conversation from our own Ghanaians will say that the place was filled because of Patoranking. And they beat that thing, and I'm excited. Now, why am I saying that we have to go to Inshona, wash our mind, and come and sit here and have this conversation is that industry people are saying that, and then these boys, they might not do it, so if they can shift. Are you silly? How can you say that Links Entertainment, made in NY, Empire, will sit down and watch the first person or the Ghanaian boy that they have picked here, made in NY, sit here, Jack Knight and his team, make sure that this boy will fail at the O2 Indigo, 2,800, when these people are able to fill bullions? Are you kidding? Now I'm saying that our brains need to be watched, because we are saying that it looks like Nigerian promoters not working, they set Ghanaians up. Are you seeing? My question is, you see Ghana, our problem is that we think the battle is between us and Nigerians. No, the Nigerians are thinking that the battle is between Africa and the rest of the world. Smith, do you think Smith will organize a Nigerian show, be sold out, and then intentionally make a Ghanaian old flop? Or do you think Smith is myopic? Smith will want to be able to sell out a Ghanaian show, sell out a Congolese show. He wants to take over Africa and then battle with probably another event promoter in the other world. But Ghanaians, young industry, we think small. We think that our competition is the Nigerians, so we always do things to see how we are beating them. Meanwhile, these people are aiming at the bigger world, and it's like we are always behind. And if we don't change our mindset and wash our mind, we will always be behind. Because mind you, these people have numbers over us, and per the look of things, they have education and wisdom past us.
Zeda, do you think the industry critics, maybe they are expecting so much from Kwame Eugene and Kidi, so do you think they are going so hard on them, or they want the better by demanding for more?
They are just pulling us all back. I saw the video. I saw the video. That was how come I wanted it to finish the whole thing. I saw the video and I asked myself, so at that moment that you are wasting precious time, airtime that somebody will have to pay big money for, you've been given that airtime to come and talk about a topic. Instead of bashing or saying vile things that would bring them down, why not talk about, yo, this show, I'm thinking Kwame Eugene is going to do this. I'm thinking Kidi is going to do this. I'm thinking they are going to pull surprise Ghanaian acts to come onto the show. I'm thinking if they go in this direction, I think we need to be sharing the artworks and more. I think we need to be doing more art. We need to be calling our Ghanaians in the UK, like all over, making sure that they have to be there to represent us, to make a name for us. If you were making such statements, wouldn't it have helped? But you literally sat there and you were like, they intentionally pitched the boys so as they will feel. Like how? Who would put their name on a flyer and expect the show to flop? In the end, it goes against your own company name. There was a Nigerian who was the host of the show. He literally posted their stuff on IG. Why do you think he would associate himself with something that will fail? We are here. We just keep bringing the negative things. And what's obvious, when you try to talk against them, they say, hey, maybe a penalty. You can't talk. But you are literally bringing the younger person down. Or is it because you are not part of the organizing team? Or is it because he's not your favorite? Or you don't have, maybe you are trying to do some business with them now, find Charlie, and then you mean, so I'll trick you in this corner. Yo, we're not helping each other. Me, if you come in my line, I don't care if you are young or old, I'll give it to you. Because, yo, in the end, I work with people. I get the chance to see budget. Me, they always say, I get the chance to see budget. When you look at the amount of money being spent in costume, video shoots, editing, making sure the right project comes out completely on point, so as it will be on international standard, and you want to use your 5 seconds to trash the person. No. I don't care your age or whatever. I will give it to you so as you understand that just as that 5 seconds that you use to bring the person down, the investment that was done in the person, you can't match it. So they keep on saying stuffs, and it is not going to be well, it is not going to be this. Yo, that 20,000, that show, even David, look at the video show. He didn't advertise anybody, only him. You get me? Only him. We have Sarkodie, we have Shatawale, we have Stoneboy, we have Samini, Can Promise there. Like, we have the people. I'm not saying we need to use all of them to fill the 20,000. But if Sarkodie says he wants to fill the 20,000, you should know for sure, sir, he'll bring all these people. So it's bound to happen. But if you are having this conversation, Kidi and Kwame Eugene, the younger ones who are coming, they are the ones who are going to replace Sarkodie, Stoneboy, and the rest. But if this is how you are projecting them to be, their show is coming after the video in Kosovo, then that means when Sarkodie decides to also pull up such a show, you will say, oh, Sarkodie to me, no, then or what are the numbers and all that. You just hit up on the negativity, sir, and with that, it would even kill someone's spirit in the future.
While still on the support that you're talking about, Stoneboy was there to support the team.
Yeah.
There is this conversation going on social media. Say, he should also host his own concerts at the arena.
Yeah, but
what do you think? Because he's shown his support, and he's teaming up with Kwabna, Sarkodie. They went there to show, said that there is unity and there is that support in the industry.
Quite unfortunately, if you check Stoneboy's social media and all that, there's been back and forth postings about he doing a UK tour, and mostly it will go off. Or it didn't happen. It's been rescheduled. It will go off. But he did a show. He did a show.
Yeah.
He did a show. So and on show and there was a show he did. He did a show recently.
In the dance club.
Yeah. It was in UK.
Yeah.
It was in UK. See. And good. Say oye crown and for 50 per buy. Oye wo choba and oye restaurant. Once it was UK a show. As long as it's outside the borders of Ghana.
They were actually the critics of that were actually listing the number of artists who have hosted shows at the arena.
That 800.
Shatawale.
Yeah. That 2,800.
Yeah. Sarkodie, Can Promise.
The Indigo or the arena?
The Indigo, no, yeah. Trying to like get the same. As in, Stoneboy should do the same thing. You get me? I saw that post. That
I've seen it.
So, who are you to tell him what to do? And yes, step-by-step process. We've been through COVID. Because COVID has hurt everybody.
Yes.
COVID has hurt everybody. Obia plans. I think there's this artist, Toy Boy.
Yeah.
There was Toy Boy. Stormzy was about to do a tour and call back Ghana. That would have been his chance to shine. COVID how Obia. But you see, fanatism, it did a trim to the core. Say every opportunity you truly be. You get it? So quite unfortunate. And there are certain people here, they be Jina na no Jina. See, open cry for Jesus Christ, bra. For Jesus Christ, bra, number sadwa, and like whatever. What that they've tuned their mind to is that. So I know it still hurts because one way or the other, you are doing your best. Yeah, you are putting in all the effort, fine and fun now, but you are putting the support to help others. There are certain people who wanted to be musicians, but they put their help to help other musicians, and it's flourishing there. Stoneboy wasn't able to get that large number, and I want to mean boss that show, but he's made it an effort. Say, Obi Boni show, he shows support to it. What is wrong with that?
Okay.
Most of the music executives, entertainment pundits that sits on platforms, big platforms, speak and influence the young person behind the phone. omunimade omabon. And unfortunately, their bonus has descended into the normal person that is not able to decipher between, or it's not discerning enough to know that what this man is saying is a Kokamemi story or not. So then you see them and they are behind their phone and they are defending something, and you're like, hey, it's a school. It's not them. The people that are supposed to know better, they don't. Do you know what a Nigerian entertainment pundit or a Nigerian music executive would have said, knowing that Ghanaians and Nigerians are going a day before? They will say that the Ghanaian show will be sold out because the Nigerian came there first. That is all they will say. That is all they will say. If we had people that they understand the business of what these people are, because trust me, when it comes to talents, Nigeria, they don't beat us too much. They don't. And we can't even talk about sound. Maybe it's the Afrobeat sound and yes, producers now more correct, but our sound has been traveling to Nigeria way before Afrobeat came. So the sound is not the problem. It is the music executives in Ghana. Yabong. We are supposed to be doing certain things that will carry the conversation around. We have put in our mind, or Nigerians have positioned themselves as the superior brand, making you think that they are the biggest music market in Africa. They are not. Have you heard of Eastern Africa, Southern Africa? The numbers they pull. The surprise. Why do you think Better Boy is always trying to do remix of something, doing a feature? They need those numbers. They can't even tap it. They can't. Diamond Platinum. Now we'll be pulling on. Do you get it? However, Ghana for Atnahwam and Nigeria for Akasha so say we need them to shine. And then they are the biggest. So all the time we have narrowed our mind to think that
touching on that we need them to shine. So there was this conversation. You know, Stonebwoy was on Davido's show to perform, at least I think for even if it's 1 month, like 1 minute. Sorry. So there is this conversation also going on. Say the time slots near the man Stonebwoy, you know, it's kind of disrespectful to his brand. It was less than 30 seconds or so. And you know, Davido just needed Stonebwoy to pass through to sell.
To sell because Stonebwoy was on the flyer.
Like said, Ghanaians wanted to go.
Yeah, I get it, but was Stonebwoy on the flyer to say that he was coming? You know, Davido needed him to sell. See, Ghana for we are ingrate too, and that is one trait that is killing us. We are ingrates. That is our problem. Let me just say this: Davido did not need Stonebwoy to pass through to get a sold-out show. His show was already sold out. Whether he gave Stonebwoy 1 minute or 2 minutes for introduction, let me tell you, there might be people in that auditorium that didn't know Stonebwoy. However, just coming on that stage, whether 2 seconds, he has gotten the chance. You see, we are fond of looking down on the possibilities because we always
capacity over 20,000.
We didn't forget
No, forget the capacity. There was a live stream going. There was a live stream going on. And people had, like, the thing was even jamming. There was a live stream going on. The thing was even jamming. As in, like, the flow of the stream, you know, it was even jamming. Because the number of people who were trying to watch the show. Because it wasn't everybody who could fill up that place. And the show was just 1 day. It wasn't like Whiskey the end of the 3 days continuous, you know. You get it? Now, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Do you know the value of even 15 seconds? You see the videos that went on. You see every performance, we are no a Twitter video. If you don't know Stonebwoy or you don't know the song, the first thing the person will do is Shazam the song. Shazam, it takes less than 20 seconds. Then you just get the name and the title of the song. The people who are talking about Stonebwoy go 1 minute, you know, do you know the value of that?
I say even the 1 minute, you know, it's performing the song between Davido and himself.
When you go on Shazam,
so he was not given the opportunity to perform on no Stonebwoy and the other hit songs.
Education. It's very important to, even if you don't go to, you just get yourself educated. What is the value? No, what is the value? See, Stonebwoy Nante from the back of the stage. Or Nante and no kudru hono. And I boni di Stonebwoy. This is a social media handle and on Nante call back. Do you know the value of that? Like he just walked on stage. His name is Stonebwoy. This is a social media handle. Then he walks back. Do you know what he will get out of that?
My question is, so are they saying Stonebwoy was not pre-informed that he was going to spend this amount of seconds or minutes on stage, and yet he still went. They don't think they don't have minds of their own to know the value of what they are going for. Even in Ghana, is it easy to get Stonebwoy to show up on any platform? No. But if he will go on that for even 20 seconds, it means he has calculated the value and the amount or whatever that this thing can convert into for him, his brand.
They sang happy birthday for him.
Yes.
They sang happy birthday for him. At that moment, you know, when they are done, the person who doesn't know Stonebwoy will ask, who is that person they sang happy birthday for? Let's go and find him. Why would Davido bring him to his show? Why would he literally like hold him all over like, yo, sing happy birthday for him? They did the Activate song. Me, the first time I heard the Activate song, I said the song was trash. The first time I heard the song,
why?
I was like, then you
didn't put in place the budget as you just spoke about. How you see
so I was like, so I didn't go all out. I didn't even go. I was like, no, I don't like the song. That was all I said. It took time. They played that thing back to when I'm saying, and you know, the video where do that was when I saw the video they played the song, I was like, hey, if it was the first time they played the song, I can be saying you way there. But the promo was, see the way they were promoting that song, I was like, and you know, Anka Abuchi Anka Gold, any plat like it has gone to
some songs grow on you.
Like I was like, yo, this is it. This song, it would enter everywhere. And when you check trees and all that, that is the song that they play of Stonebwoy. Because the song is, but the person who doesn't understand the value of what Stonebwoy did walking on that stage, you know, and even making that effort. I know there are a lot of Nigerian artists who are looking for Stonebwoy to even collaborate with. But now they've seen that he's been able to come on Davido's stage. They will use even Davido as a go-through person. Because for him to come on that stage, you're too happy birthday, man. But Kwabrane Oti Fie, Unimane says Stonebwoy was sang, and a Stonebwoy one you see, and I want to lay out show. He won't come and show us the streams, you know, the value of the streams that are coming. He won't come and show it to us. You get me? The YouTube numbers, it will still be increasing day in, day out. But that person who is literally saying it's a Stonebwoy and show and answer, he wasted his time. He won't even get time to even sit down and analyze. Say, after the show, no, Stonebwoy in the social media following, I cost saying, Facebook, I cost saying, Twitter, I cost saying, Instagram, I cost saying, the streams, you know, for instance, subscribers on YouTube, I cost saying. Even if you go on Apple Music or on Shazam, you'll be able to see the numbers that are increasing. The Activate song not performing. My man could check Shazam and say, how many times has it been Shazam? Has it increased or not? You've not checked all of this, but I'll say, hey, he's been disrespected. And time news and a man is saying 6 hours. Yeah, man is saying, and I Stonebwoy, but not sure. Emma Davido say, yo,
happy up with that stuff.
I'm coming to your show in Tibepacho. The song I'm coming to performing this is that. So if you are not giving me this time, I won't come.
1 minute.
There are a lot of things that people that fortunately or unfortunately have voices, whether on social media or on platforms, they have to learn. Because it is their illiteracy that's affecting a wider generation to be illiterate. They all say they don't have to tell because they have seen one influential person on social media make the post and they feel that is the final say. We have voices, let's speak the right thing to the people because some of them were born or my boy, so we might as well teach them the right thing. That is it.
So while we were commending a Ghanaian artist, we also heard a very sad news, the demise of DJ Rap. So you can find the story on www.GhanaWeb.com. Let me read. He died on Independence Day. Before his death, posted something about Ghana. I'll say, I would rather be on the beach this independence from the goddamn British Monarchy Day. Yes, sir, I'm here. T-shirt with the nostalgic Ghana Airways logo, courtesy of Republic Bar, socks. Then, a few hours later, it is DJ. Do you have any working relationship or do you have any fond memories of DJ Rap?
I basically, because I got a chance to work with Reggie Rockstone.
Okay.
Yeah, so that is how come I got to know a little bit about him. Because he's literally been somebody I see around Reggie. That is how I got to know him. And as I got to, after his demise, I got to see a lot of posts all over by a whole
celebrities. And
then I realized that, yo, the man you were literally seeing around Reggie, he was way, way, way beyond what you thought. But it's really on Independence Day. Jeez.
And he drowned. That's the report.
Yeah, they said Buzuya. Yeah. So it's I don't know, but maybe I would use your platform to talk about this. He's not from here. He's from New York. So currently they're trying to they've launched a GoFundMe account for him. So they are trying to gather funds so as they'll be able to take the body back to New York.
Okay.
Yeah, it's being organized by a couple of friends, including Reggie as well, because it's not easy with all of that. You know, when you want to take, it's not like a normal live human being that you can just buy a ticket and then you go back. But when it comes to a corpse, it has to go through a whole lot of process. So I think Reggie has shared that GoFundMe link on his socials and all that. So they're trying to gather as much funds as possible so as they'll be able to take the body back to the family. It's really a sad thing because he's been of help to the music industry, to producers. He wanted to put the Ghanaian music when it comes to hip hop and rap to the next level, and I don't know, but it's not easy to replace people with such talent. It's not that easy, and with the experience, you can't find experience that easily. With his level of background, all the way from New York coming to Ghana, he's worked with major labels as well, and with all the experience, I think he had wanted to even delve into Black Sherif's conversation as well.
I read it.
He also wanted to find a word of advice to give to Black Sherif and his team, but quite unfortunately, this issue came in and it's really a big blow to the industry as well.
Yes. Ikea.
Okay, so I know, first of all, my condolences to the family. Before the man died, the man had birthdays. And if really he was this impactful in the industry, I have never seen the industry celebrate any till I say because I'm sitting there, I'm seeing how they are saying that his death is a tragic loss to the industry, and yet the younger people, even me that I am in the industry, like my head and body always in the industry, I didn't know of this man. So what was wrong?
So he was not celebrated well enough? Not
even celebrated. It's as if the industry has a way of robbing people off or cleaning him off. Even when you're in the space, look at what they are doing to Reggie Rockstone. They organize a meeting that puts industry people in a room and they take Reggie Rockstone, and his wife was so pissed. But it's like there's always a deliberate attempt to buy people off. If this man really had done this, all of these things for the industry, how come we, the people, the younger generation, we don't know of such a man? It's like there's always a barrier between the wisdom and transferring the wisdom to the younger generation. Or the people, the legacy. It's like there's always this gap that seems like Ghana. You to me feel this gap and it die. I don't know why. Because such a man with his reputation shouldn't. It's like, I mean, you see all these stars and then they are saying that this man.
The post on Instagram
and
all that.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah. And I'm like, is this man? This man was not born yesterday, so how come not even his birthday? We've seen a whole industry celebrate him for his work. Or tell the younger ones how big they were. We should be ashamed of ourselves.
On the works, let me read a brief profile about him here. He had decades of hands-on experience as an authentic New York hip-hop creator and a music corporate person, a DJ, music producer, break dancer, graffiti artist, tech geek in the heyday of New York's 1980s and 90s hip-hop boom. He took his experience around the world, mentoring and producing young, cutting-edge hip-hop artists in unusual places. His network in house empire, house music, EDM, out soul, R&B, breakbeat, and world music placed him in a unique category as an individual. He participated in panels at SXSW Music USA, Social Media Week Nigeria, CMJ Music Marathon USA. Cari Forum EU Business Forum Jamaica, G-Kend USA, Kenya Music Week, Wimex, Europe, Ghana DJ Awards. So he even participated in Ghana DJ Awards. And Afrima.
So you see, so how come we don't know about all of these things? How come a person of such magnitude and then the industry, the younger generation in the industry, they don't know? I'm sure even artists, most of them don't. They don't even know who he is. They don't even know who he is. So a day pantina. I say, right now, like before you learn about somebody, the person has to die first before you actually
accident,
or
maybe you are
sick
and
or
you are
something.
appealing for funds or something.
Because there's no positive.
Yes.
I mean, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right. Something is not right in the industry.
Okay. Your final words, Nayenko.
My final comments, I celebrated women, International Women's Day, One Play Africa, One Play Woman. Now we have a playlist on Boom Play, so they can check it out, One Play Woman, which I will be updating, you know. Yeah, thank you. So they should go and follow on social media and see what's happening.
So currently, Kwame Eugene Kidia, in Sicily, Umberto Baton, Ama, Black Sheriff, Camido, Kelvin Boy, Kwesiata, and the rest. So they should be ready. It's not like we are giving them pressure, but we'll give them pressure. Kwame Eugene and Kidi have done it. So Camido, Kelvin Boy, Kwesiata, Black Sheriff, they should be ready. They are the next O2 Indigo artists. They should be ready to fill the place up. Quick. Yambo boss now. We should make our name and go away.
As I said, that the pressure, Mom.
It's very important.
Zada is a columnist with GhanaNewm.com, right?
I'm the co-owner of GhanaNewm.
Oh, wow. Co-owner of GhanaNewm.com. And Nipa, she's a presenter with One Play Africa. She has a lot of great interviews, and so you have
yeah, the recent one is with the ambassador of France to Ghana, so
yes.
you can check it out. Hey, Shamisa.
So our show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with a special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza your way. Oko GhanaWeb TV, so we have some of our programs which have been released. We have Lowdown, which has also been released. Say It Loud, Wahonum, People and Places. If you want to tour Shy Hills, we have also released a full video on our YouTube platform. Efreme Bennett Oparijan, I sat in for Benefo Boaben Abrantepa. See you another time. This is Bloggers Forum.
We watch an interesting game in the Ghana Premier League Super Clash between Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko at the Accra Sports Stadium. And though the game ended goalless, the fans were happy because the quality of play on that particular day was awesome. A lot of people believe that certain players earn the right to be in the Black Stars. Richard Atta, Richmond Lamptey, and a host of others were mentioned as possible candidates for the Black Stars. But who do you want to see in the Black Stars from the Ghana Premier League? Let me hear from you in the comment section. But stay with me as I interact with some football fans on the streets of Accra. My name is Joel Leshen, and welcome to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Alright, so we're back to this episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. After the super clash between Accra House of Oak and Asante Kotoko, a lot of Ghanaians believe that goalkeepers like Ibrahim Danlad and Richard Atta should be given the opportunity to man the post of the Black Stars ahead of Jojo Walcott, who plays in the Division 4 in English football. Today, we are circled to get the views of football fans. Mwakwaba eba GhanaWeb TV so. Pacho has no Kotoko game no boy no edi kan so wani.
Oh, mini about na efe. Efe pa sa ohe prayers a mo ball na. Ngasa what park no so na so tu eska hwe ball na to say one moka. Dia otu aye no anya ho fa so.
Okay. Nipa ba kwa ye pon ball no obi aye ball ni din etitu Kotoko no mo ka so senya Richard Atanka. Enya Richard Atanka. Dudo na ezu say Richard Atako Afcon na ya man na ndabi no. Wa kire se go no oya de che Jojo Walcott. Nti e game aye ni Nigeria be bo no. Ye mfa Richard Atanka entu po no mo no mo ya adwen.
Oh, ni am da say. Me no mo ya adwen pa. Because me hwe ball ana no goalkeeper no e chede bo a House of Oak a. Say Kotoko lucky na man kan say na Kotoko team share has, but because of goalkeeper nti no I may never be brother than actually, but he try on for start off for your friend is saying President Cup on the 4th. You be your muho juma Accra here.
Inti ata
yeah, can goalkeeper na some dia uji Sahas goalkeeper no now the toto sa for the scene na ofi top oba no ho a
Jojo Walcott
o mesa ko your friend saying goalkeeper we ba bia ba yes Ghana ha no un say any for the scene for na tem bia na juma na ye no ba bia no kware nda na ye fa nto Ninu abedi ama ono so anya bi adi no yempe no ba de ono ko abedi atembia no obefre boss no nko na de bia na ye ni wo ho because ye kan no kwara kasa goalkeeper we say no kan ye na fe kwara ye sa has goalkeeper no but the aba no anya ba wi ye hwe de wo ye ni na sa goalkeeper mo san fe obi mo Ghana ha na mo se Ghana mpene for ball na no mo ani nje ho because mo ani je ball no pa sa goalkeeper we no de oba no ni we no won't fa we ntoto we ho da.
All right, so Richard Atta has proven that he is better than Jojo Walcott, who was given the opportunity to man the post for the Black Stars in the 2021 AFCON. He is calling on the authorities of Ghana Football Association to make sure that Richard Atta gets the nod over Jojo Walcott in the upcoming FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Alright, so we're still doing the Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week's episode, we are asking which players in the local scene deserve to be in the Black Stars. A lot of people are calling for Richard Atta to be given the nod ahead of Jojo Walcott in the upcoming FIFA World Cup qualifiers against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Circle is the location. We are here to find out from football fans their observations after the super clash between House of Oak and Asante Kotoko. Alright, Bossu, House of Kotoko game, who is saying?
Bossu, born a fantastic game. I born on a born effect. Obia do my dancer, born I'm born on effect. Neo winner. Say, also no Kotoko team, you create me. I didn't me the air blaster. And I none higher.
You bet me the air blaster.
I was
a binum edge, me say. Richard Atta, any kind has no Kotoko support one.
Me support to her.
Who support has? Kotoko for say, Richard Attanti, and I went to me answer. And
I know they no cry. Now last save you cry. Keep area keep best keepers. No keepers are any bit my save. Okay. Down no born or chain there. Or no here you wear the you wet best keeper no. It will deserve it say or yeah plaster no my wife. So keeper near coffee near Agrobini.
Jojo Walcott.
Agrobini.
Yeah, for Jojo in
on the chain. Richard Atta you okay my download no crack to keeper no crack down no born or die no and you grow. Yeah, the ono yeah the Richard Attire first keeper near the I don't know I second keeper. Now Muntai so deserve it. So some Bob Blaster.
Muntai ya final.
Oh, I saw about baby Bob Blaster. I'm born up or board down on and you'll be on it my board Sabon. Or we say you know yeah then. Acquire best experience and all honor. I see look it into somewhere you been here for me then.
Richard Atta deserved to be the first choice goalkeeper ahead of Jojo Walcott, and Ibrahim Danlad should also be given the opportunity to be the deputy Black Stars goalkeeper behind Richard Atta. Mamefa boss who mefa unso emblem game na course no 0-0 na meet your expectations.
Oh, born dey koyie pa. Na se Black Stars no ebe gina dey a agye dey uni nuane e ball my way.
Adentia.
Unso mama am ho senior man. Cause yen kwala no bi nya he obi be kunu ho ma he den ama timu no be omo no ama ho sini ama nya bo a bo so bo no atwe to the live no me so am gina street atwe to nti emi no defense be ne dey mu bo azie atwe to nti no bo ntimi atwe to nti no omo yom mi no firi wono ma no mo nya team no omo be fa has no kotoko players ni nya den
nti has no kotoko players no hwam na wo bo mu din say yen form ko Black Stars.
Oh, Richard Atta dey what no deserve it.
Yen pa Richard Atta.
I feel you deserve it.
Yen pa Richard Atta na free.
Omo nyina mo deserve it.
Okay, boss mama fa wo brem. Game no edi kan support team ben. Oh, media kotoko phobia. O support kotoko.
So ati ba mo akra jimeza mo fans. To phobia all the way.
O support kotoko but Uma has fans. Kotoko for no say Richard Atta enti no mentumi ansha has no mo ya adwen.
No dey so far make say yampa
enti yen fa no copy mu Black Stars.
Fast kwa we want to twentwen so. On the Ghana di ball no ma ya am say as a football no. Omo dey Niska. Oh, ba di ball o san kiye hu na ya fa. Ko football na team. Ultimate sorry prekopa no kazo. We say was some build team ni. Ko we Afcon e ko boye as a Ghana as any players. O check Ghana pa Ghana. Ah, bombo as any player. Dey you enim so no ya ni na so na ball ba oni ni Jordan match wotu. Say I'm more going you to board down what you better work.
Into a game na in Nigeria be born.
Nigeria be say
ka say yama tandem.
I know me that. Na say keeper Ghana keeper no.
Jojo Walcott.
Omu
Janeka there.
Omu Janeka. O the appearance fee be 20,000.
Hey. Wow. And them come to match you. Was sound rough.
By Patenso.
Wasan keeper no Ghana keeper wasan.
Mini we no ka say Nigeria be say.
O be say.
Atademu de omo say.
Ani e be nya vimba omma Jojo be dam dia. Om be gu be 5. Nigeria na unti ni no. Chabo omo
no.
Ani e players ne don boy ne sa don kwa ko body a. Ani nya boy ne bone emfa point ne ma home. I hope some better.
All right, the Super Eagles will beat the Black Stars if Jojo Walcott is the one who is going to man the post for the Black Stars, but he will support the team to beat the Super Eagles if Richard Atta is given the opportunity to keep the post for the Black Stars.
Richard Atta no oya de pa na ba kono mini be rom ko fa no fi so free o so e dey o wa be gu ye ni mu ase poto kra enti Black Star no e say e share hu ye ni e share players e do mbebem Richard Atta ni say oya obono mode ma has na player bit say Jordan Ayew ni wana Dede Ayew sane from omama bad luck about Black Star pa omu say you omu fi Black Star
say you omu fi mu for one bra
one say old players ni bi o sana omu experience counts. You understand what I'm saying? Experience count and old players no bi o jinemu or vim because or senior and seniority no so count of football mu. You understand experience and no count Muntari say on your bad player. Prince Boateng Mone, Antoniana Mone, Eyimunano, they are not bad players. Still, no me say Amuba Blaster near fresh local players to say has 4 players ni Kotoko, Liberty 4 players be the join your one. I think say Blaster because now say they are you ni Jordan are you no. Yeah you amufi Blaster. Amu no amu say Blaster no.
But who ball Liberty professionals? Almost see omo division 1 no.
Who say omo division 1 no. Who say still no. Your players be wo mumu a yen ka say yen form players ni na ambrem but at least your 1-2 players be wo mu a me no won you betimi testify say they are good at least no your fresh 1-2 players yi eba Blaster be ko enim na yen yi dede ayu ni Jordan ayu enfi Blaster because some have bad luck our Blaster very big bad luck me catch omo nya upa ma yen yi omo fi o na yen hwe ade e be dey e be si wo Blaster. What I say?
All right, so he believes that he is saying that Atta should be given the opportunity to play in the Black Stars. Pacho, my member also, don't know if he say my house in Kotoko players in the Quine, no could be room Black Stars team, no more yagi.
Masa, me no more yagi, Paco Pachi say. We quite a Ghana Hanma, Bola Obon, or Chedo Abuchi. So, na akwesi Casimutino. Do Nimbo no Cran Fanco. Nako fo bi onimbo ye pushing ya den ko e kwa na ko to papa so sa na asaba so ntimi den kam susu se bi anke be ko timu e ko fa nipa mienu ho timu ne ko fa nipa miensa ho na ya keka mo abom ni ya tire no mu sa ko pe se e benya full squad no afa ni ya maintain wo no de no mo ho no enti ne no no e duru so a hu se dey e won ko fo e de o mo ko ne ko fa obi obo 4th division e wa brochire se o me de go e magana aden esa na wo tinko fo akoma so hwe je nko bo ne nko we da ese we de kokosi then you first stage enyenyenyenyenyenyenyenye basa ndare no hwe no mu sesi ni yi omego mo enu mu ase so na mo nya mpanimfo na wo prepare ya makofo na ba mo prepare makofo na ba mo prepare makofo na ba ni agiska ho ukọ na ba me ni be chemienu ugbo bi wa mo bi o ni be chemienu obo nya sare ya no ye ni wo bi o se tini na so enti obo nya so na fa yi keepers no so no dem penny pa besa fo bia na sa tribune sha se treni wo mo animanimu ya ni e treni wo mo na bro chefo Ghana ha ya omo di banchini fufuo ni banku ni ade a omo adudu du no ahoden wo na de akọ cabbage an ho na bete
this time around I think improvement about leg especially Ghana leg improvement will be above with Okreku being the president, you know what I'm saying? We're improving league for sure.
Players been and almost perform who's say the from where Black Stars.
By this time Black Stars, especially Alassane, Mohamed Alassane, that guy be very perfect. That guy be very good. And so my friend by this time. Any as on my left back, on my turn Kosa, another good player because we share Blasters, the left back, and Aquano reading you, almost you. I'm telling you, and Aquano, sometimes they are Ghanaians, medium way. We share Spain needs other countries now, and leagues in the countries now. We share the experienced players, be 8. No more the local boys, be 3 and 4. It boosts your confidence. Send a omu new over. Omu be to me Gina by Ghana or the never call, no the never see bench. Confidence ben share over sure omu yes idea omu far house of full captain South Africa ko share he was shaking. No shaky because omu no kwa bench no omu there by so wa by 2 matches, 3 matches, and I go put your on the solid. Only born into
Richard Atta.
Richard, another player, Richard Atta. On yes, BBS in the question is all the pool. By this time, I saw tonight. Obi bought Premier League, Obi bought Division 2. Abrochine a difference, and then Division 4. Abrochine a difference, and then the guy is very good. Until then, prevent has second keeper. Another good. I'm telling you, with the saves, which are saves now, like the Richard Kins, I say I'm telling you. And has one another keeper. And also alone. Master, that guy is another stopper. I'm telling you.
Richard Kingsley should be sacked for bringing Jojo Walcott to come and keep the post for the Black Stars. Today, we're asking the football fans, the players from the local scene, they think will fit into the Black Stars. Bossu, Super Clash in a course, no, has no performance in the same.
Oh, performance good because Sunday, no one said, where the no cry changing, and we said Ghana. Premier League no asan baba because now moral na world Ghana no is very high. Nti who say Blaster ene sorry Kotoko ene how to folk no who say moral no tough. Nti many je
boy in way players be na ombody no so we ni a obe person ka obe hu omo Blasters.
Oh, players bebre beat say both side and side ni players bebre o ma say flow mo Blaster.
But maybe some Kotoko supported you.
Oh, me had to folk fan. By me share and you follow mo be play sir.
Has fun be bring Kotoko for say. E so marriage na tie game aye na Nigeria be e so no dey.
Because who guy no savings so na very tough. Because Bob I could get once the ball na shakura we kura but of course you ko yi ball no. It who say keep away near the tournament. By nye keep bia I say ska DNT obefa obi say o mesen fa no tournament. Abla player keeper o betimi Adapoma Ghana ye ni beje. It's very good. Very good.
And I'm from Muntali. I'm telling you, see. Oh, I'm telling you. Very good. Blasters is saying you for the I'm telling you, sure. Blasters method on you be Obama like killer pass. A pan critical Obama pass now.
It's ever Muntari.
My friend Muntali.
Okay, boss my foul wants to bring plus no more local scene. The end now be kwam say for Mura Blasters.
Ghana dey play bien we say Mura Blasters.
Obi en we say
player Pepe bien no Ghana Premier League.
But how much say goalkeeper rich that or ya the change do one.
Oh, and the say kasa. Aha no mo share the ball. Aha no mo muntimi. Aha no.
But mo ka say Jojo you go okodan wa afon ye na ye hu ye. And na the rich that tell us
Afcon na ko and Blaster anya hwe. Enye keeper ne fault. Players na anya hwe. Say players ne nya dia keeper no ntimi nya hwe. Enye keeper ne fault.
Ito de o ka say Obi no Ghana Premier League.
Obi no deserve say Okobo Blaster.
Alright, so opinions they say are like noses. Then I will end with you. You support Asante Kotoko. So let me ask you this. Game a course, no. Kotoko for fans in the beach say Richard Atta and Untina going to me and say Accra has the folk. You know me arguing. And
you know me arguing, baby. Because keep on in a ball, many keep on the cars that you go on.
And you keep on come back to base.
Ever some bearful.
Come back to bearful. Until you know more can say more Blasters.
And look, they support 100% of them. I'm not going to because on go or die and it's been as how we are friends. Do you want to meaning I got an idiot? When you're sure.
I got
I'm in Tigana penny for nothing. We'll be around what time some other blaster. Do you want to go to the one where me didn't cry? Born and one crowd, both different. The first go for it, say from them. Go for you, how many of us on Falay? How many good animals? Me too, I'm doing that. Oh, we're from some cameras. It's me, you're parking in Tentem. Any free blast time.
Why not also
Blaster team. Me the nipa tu na be so mu free. Enya ne obam. Wa woni mo bi ni nia. O ma dia koso.
All right, so it seems that the streets want Richard Atta to be in pose for the Black Stars in the game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. What do you also think? Let us know. As it stands now, everything shows that Jojo Walcott will still keep his position in the Black Stars post. But we are still speaking to the football fans here at Circle. Then we'll find out if they agree with the popular request that Jojo Walcott should be replaced with Richard Atta. Bosu, Menwakwaba, has to look at game now. We're saying.
Oh, I'm about nice game.
I'm about nice game.
I'm about nice game left.
Players better now.
Oh, so far there. Kotoko number 6, Lamptey. Lefty guy.
Richmond Lamptey.
And a has. Omu defense no. Mo alaka. Boy ne there, minim de I am penning for no. That be amo first man kotra bench. Boy ya wo boy 100%. Wa bo consecutive 3 seasons at twice season bia one on flop header. And who will play with so other time more chance no. Anthony say Ghana obia man ho so Wakina Klana almost a Ghanaian player or Kobobo Adentia because of Ska. Until California slow players now more band. I'm proctor to a moy, not among from Blasters.
Into what the old corner, Richmond Lamptey, any Moalasan, some Moalasan or Mount Fana Bammy, Papa. And one just watch it. Just watch a mid defender say Bob Blaster will be only Bob Chamuna, no crown penny for them can. Only Bob. Good player. All right, Richmond Lamptey and Mohamed Al-Hassan to him should be invited to play in Ghana's upcoming game against the Super Eagles of Nigeria. This is the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week we are asking you, after watching the super clash between Accra Hearts of Oak and Asante Kotoko, tell us the players who impress you the most and you believe that they can make a case in the Black Stars. A lot of the fans believe that this is the time that Richard Atta should be imposed ahead of Jojo Walukot, who plays in the English Division 4 for Swindon Town Football Club. My name is Joel Leshen, and this has been another episode of the GhanaWeb Sports Debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Until we meet again, do enjoy the rest of your weekend, do enjoy your week, and then we meet again. It's bye for now.
President, I'm sure you've heard about this Supreme Court ruling concerning the controversy over whether or not the deputy speakers can vote. What do you make of the decision so far?
Let me begin, first of all, by saying that as a rule, I've made it a point since I became president, as much as possible, not to comment on constitutional issues in the country. I think people who are students of our constitutional law, our constitutional jurisprudence, are very much aware of the role that I played when I was a barrister in helping define some of its basic principles of interpretation. And I think that now I've become president, if every time there's a constitutional matter I'm heard to pronounce on it, it will give the impression that I'm setting myself up as what, some sort of rival Supreme Court. And I've been very reluctant to do that for that reason. I think the body that the Constitution has set up to be responsible for declaring the meaning of the Constitution, interpreting and enforcing it, is the Supreme Court, is the judiciary, with the Supreme Court at its apex. And as a matter of good governance, it's better that that body, which has been given this exclusive power, is the one that is heard on constitutional issues. And that's the reason why I've not been open or vocal on constitution. But I think this one, I feel strongly that I should make some comment. Firstly, the noise that was generated on this, at the time I was extremely surprised, because as far as I can see it, and I think the Supreme Court has confirmed it, the matters involved in this thing are open and shut. They're black and white. There can be no dispute about the issues that the gentleman took to the Supreme Court. It is there for anybody who wants to see. in Articles 102, Articles 104 of the Constitution makes it absolutely clear in black and white that the deputy speakers, I'm not speaking of the speaker, I mean the deputy speakers, when they're presiding, have the right to participate in the vote of the Parliament. The whole structure of the Constitution is, and indeed, and I believe that being part of the reasoning of the court, all the legislatures of the world where the presiding person is a member of the legislature, like our deputy speakers are, like the Speaker of the House of Representatives in the United States, or the President pro tem of the Senate in the United States, or the Speaker of the British Parliament. All of those have the right to speak because they are members of the Assembly. Our Speaker is expressly not a member of the Assembly. That's why he doesn't have the right to vote. In fact, he really ought not even to participate in the deliberations of the House. He's a referee, making sure that the debate is conducted properly and that the rules of procedure, the orders of the House are complied with. That's his role. But he ought, strictly speaking, not to be part of the proceedings of the House. That is not the case with the deputy speakers. And that matter is transparent on the face of our Constitution. Indeed, even the presiding members of our district assemblies, they have the right to vote. Look at the district assembly law, because they are members of the assembly. And once you are a member of the assembly, you're representing certain constituencies. If you are denied the right to vote, it will mean it is tantamount to denying the right of the people you represent to have a say in the decision of the assembly. That would not be right. So I couldn't understand what all of this furore and controversy that was artificially generated. We're being told that the decision of the court amounts to judicial interference in the work of Parliament. I'm not quite sure that the people who are saying this have actually taken the time to read the Constitution of our country. It says so in black and white. The legislative power of Parliament that is vested, of the state which is vested in Parliament, is subject to the provisions of the Constitution. All organs of the Ghanaian state, including me as the head of the executive, we are all subject to the teachings of the Constitution. There's no body in the Ghanaian state that is above the fundamental law of the land. It would lead to the very matter that we have striven so long to avoid, the concentration of power, of unregulated power in our state. We don't want that. We've had that experience before, and we brought about this Constitution in order not to allow that to reoccur. So I'm astonished about how much public energy has been wasted, I would say so with the greatest of respect, been wasted in an area, on an issue where there is so much clarity. And I'm happy that the court, and I'm sure as you're aware, the Supreme Court, when it is declaring the meaning of the Constitution, and it does so unanimously, that is the most emphatic way in which the court can pronounce. And it is, I believe, a decision of 7 of the judges, and a unanimous decision declaring what the constitutional position is. I think we have an opportunity now to put this matter to rest and continue with the work of our Parliament and the work of the ordering of our state. But as I say, I suspect that it is this peculiar position which we are, with this very hairline majority in the Parliament, that has given rise to all of these disputations and people making claims that are completely beyond the teachings of the Constitution and our understanding. But now that the Supreme Court has pronounced, I think what is required is for the nation, all of us, to put that matter behind us and to do our work. To suggest that somehow or other the Parliament is beyond the scrutiny of the Supreme Court when issues of interpretation is to suggest that Parliament is a law in itself. The whole principle of judicial review was developed by the judges, both in America and in England, to be able to check the activities of Parliament. Indeed, in our own country, the first major constitutional case which looked at the work of Parliament was in the case Tufo and the Attorney General, where the act of Parliament, the decision of the Parliament to subject the then Chief Justice, the late Frederick Kwesi Apalu, to a vetting process in Parliament, had been expressly forbidden by the Constitution. And that is the reason why Dr. Maku Tufo, the late Dr. Maku Tufo, unfortunately late, took the matter to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court made it quite clear that all the activities of all the institutions of our republic that impugn, that violate the Constitution, are subject to the powers of the court and to the declarations of the court. Me, I want to repeat it, President, head of the executive, I am subject to the Constitution and to law. I cannot set myself above it. Everybody has his remit, but those remits are subject to the operations of the Constitution. And I'm happy that the Constitution has been so declared in such an emphatic manner by the Supreme Court. Let's support the Supreme Court to continue to do its work. And I'm hoping that I'll not have an occasion again to pronounce on constitutional matters.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much indeed. Yeah.
Wukwada ya etwe mu obenimbo so meda eto so nkron na chesena video bi etwagu yie pe social media ni nyina ne se chemaru ntumi edit udwa se eye Chelsea team no ono ankasa yesika ye de atoso se 3.1 billion dollars no ono ankasa be hwe anim yie pa na chesa kwakoto team no ene ba na omanfo kasa yie pa ne no ena kokopie mu ewa manoni a eye news website bi e wo honom aba ko de eye sports brief na afi the sun omo studio mu de etudwa no mo chemu so omo so munya ne nte se eye ade a chese eye sikeni anampo obaga na ma gold mine na nuchema opeso oto na the sun no omo reporting omo chemu se Ghanaian gold mine owner boys yakon reveal say ono so no opese chese ono so oto Chelsea team no and sa ochema o say he declared his audacious intention to make a bid for the Blues na saran so na sports brief for so chom no mo chemu say rich African gold mine owner unveils blockbuster plan to buy Chelsea then sign Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi and the sansem for the beto dwane de na nya asem ketakra o manfo e de o mo nsem eto gya chese o mo tiri mo ka say and chibo esi akoda achi bia o de asem ebeba